Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I grew up spending summers on my grandparents' land, nestled deep in Oregon's Wallowa Mountains, not far from the little town of Joseph. Our family had owned the 2,500-acre spread for generations, the house itself built back in the 1960s by my great-grandfather. The sprawling acreage was mostly forested, with endless stands of towering pines and firs, dotted by rugged slopes and cool, shaded hollows. The property stretched for miles in every direction, a maze of deer trails and forgotten logging roads that my cousins and I had explored since we could barely walk. We knew every creek bed, every rocky outcropping, every massive fallen log that served as our childhood bridges and fortresses. The land felt alive in the way that only wild places can, filled with the constant rustle of small creatures moving through the undergrowth, the distant calls of hawks circling overhead, and the gentle whisper of wind through ancient branches. But even in that vast wilderness, there were boundaries we understood without question. Some were practical, the steep ravines where a careless step could mean a broken leg, the unstable slopes where winter had loosened rocks and trees. Others were simply family tradition, places where my grandfather would quietly redirect our adventures with a firm but gentle hand. Growing up there felt safe, peaceful, and boundless, except for one place. About 600 yards west of the main house, just beyond a rough-cut game trail and down a slight dip, lay a patch of woods we all instinctively avoided. There wasn't anything outwardly sinister about it at first glance. The trees grew just as tall and straight as anywhere else. The understory was neither more nor less dense than the surrounding forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in the same dappled patterns that made the rest of the property so beautiful. Yet something was fundamentally wrong there. Something that made your skin crawl and your stomach twist into knots without any rational explanation. It was just another cluster of trees, just another piece of forest. But even as kids, we learned quickly never to cross that unseen line. My older cousins didn't explain why. They couldn't really. When I asked, they'd just look uncomfortable, shifting their weight from foot to foot, and say they didn't like the feel of the place. The adults dismissed it as childish fears of cougars or coyotes, but I noticed they avoided it too. My grandfather's hunting trails curved carefully around that section, taking longer routes that seemed inefficient until you understood what he was avoiding. My grandmother would never send us to gather kindling from that direction, despite the fact that fallen branches were plentiful there. Even the family dogs, normally eager to follow us anywhere, would stop at the invisible boundary and whine until we turned back. By the time I was 10, the rule was etched deeply in my mind. Don't go past that point. Don't ask why. Don't test the boundaries. Some places are meant to remain untouched, and this was one of them. I accepted it the way children accept most adult mysteries, filing it away with other things I didn't need to understand yet. The summers followed a comfortable rhythm. Days spent fishing in the creek, building elaborate forts from fallen branches, and helping my grandfather with small repairs around the property. Evenings on the porch, watching the sun disappear behind the mountains, while my grandmother told stories about the family's early days on the land. Nights filled with the familiar sounds of the wilderness settling into darkness, owls calling to each other across the valleys, the distant yip of coyotes, the soft rustle of deer moving through the meadows. It was a childhood straight out of a storybook, filled with freedom and adventure, but bounded by clear, unspoken rules that kept us safe. Until the summer, everything changed. Jessica was my best friend from school, an adventurous kid from Portland who was staying with me for a week in July of 2005. Her parents had finally agreed to let her experience real country living, as her mother put it, though I could tell they were nervous about leaving their only child so far from the city's comforts and conveniences. Jessica arrived on a Saturday morning, stepping out of her parents' sedan with wide eyes and an enormous backpack stuffed with everything she thought she might need for wilderness survival. She'd packed bug spray, a flashlight, extra batteries, a compass she didn't know how to use, and enough snack bars to feed a small army. Her city upbringing had given her a bravado that I admired and occasionally feared. She laughed at ghost stories, scoffed at scary movies, and was absolutely fearless when it came to exploring. Where I saw potential danger, she saw opportunity for adventure. Where I exercised the caution my family had instilled in me, she charged ahead with the confidence of someone who had never encountered anything truly dangerous. Portland had streetlights and police patrols, busy sidewalks, and neighbors who would call for help. The wilderness was an abstract concept to her, something from movies and books rather than a living thing with its own rules and moods. I spent the first few days trying to show her everything I loved about the property. We caught minnows in the creek, using mason jars and old pieces of bread as bait. We climbed the massive oak tree behind the barn, building a platform from scrap lumber we found in my grandfather's workshop. We explored the old logging roads, following them until they disappeared into dense thickets or ended abruptly at washouts from long-ago storms. Jessica was fascinated by everything, asking endless questions about the plants and animals, the history of the land, the stories behind various landmarks. She wanted to know why one hill was called Widow's Peak, why the creek changed names 3 times as it wound through our property, why certain stands of trees looked different from others. But it was on the 4th day, while we were sitting on a fallen log sharing a lunch my grandmother had packed, that she asked the question I'd been dreading. "What's over there?" she said, pointing west toward the forbidden section. "We haven't explored that part yet." I felt my stomach drop. I tried to deflect, suggesting we go fishing instead, or maybe work on the tree fort. But Jessica had that look in her eyes, the same expression she'd worn when she'd convinced me to sneak into the school after hours, or when she'd dared me to talk to the 8th grader I had a crush on. "Come on," she said, jumping up from the log with sudden energy. "Let's go check it out." I told her we couldn't, that it was off limits, that my family had always avoided that area. But the more I tried to dissuade her, the more determined she became. To Jessica, rules were suggestions and boundaries were meant to be tested. "It's just trees," she laughed, rolling her eyes dramatically. "What's the worst that could happen? Your grandparents probably just don't want you getting lost, but we won't go far. We'll just take a quick look." She had that tone of voice that made you feel foolish for being cautious, the same tone that had gotten us in trouble more than once at school. In her world, adults made up rules to limit fun, not to protect children from genuine danger. Fear was something to be conquered, not respected. "Come on," she pressed. "Let's build a fort there. It'll be our secret project." I was hesitant, the weight of family tradition and unspoken warnings pressing down on me, but I couldn't resist her confidence, the way she made everything seem like a grand adventure rather than a potential catastrophe. Looking back, I realized I was tired of being the cautious one, the rule follower, the child who always stayed within safe boundaries while she collected stories of daring exploits. So against every instinct my family had carefully cultivated, against the cold knot of dread forming in my stomach, I heard myself saying yes. Naturally, when I mentioned the off-limits patch of forest, she insisted we go there immediately. "It's just trees," she laughed, rolling her eyes dramatically. "Come on, let's build a fort." Early that afternoon, we snuck some tools and gloves from my grandpa's barn while he was inside taking his daily nap. The barn smelled of motor oil and leather, familiar scents that usually comforted me. But as I gathered up a hammer, some nails, and a handsaw that was probably too advanced for our project, my hands shook slightly. Jessica noticed my nervousness and mistook it for excitement. "This is going to be awesome," she whispered as we stuffed the tools into my grandfather's canvas workbag. Our own private hideout where no one will ever think to look for us. We headed out past the familiar pines towards the area we'd always avoided. The afternoon sun was warm on our shoulders, and birds chirped cheerfully in the trees around us. Everything seemed normal, peaceful, exactly like any other summer day on the property. But with each step closer to the forbidden zone, my sense of unease grew stronger. Walking deeper into that section, it was hard to explain exactly why the place felt wrong. The sun shone as brightly there as it did everywhere else. The trees were healthy and tall, their bark unmarked by disease or insect damage. The ground beneath our feet was solid, covered with the same thick layer of pine needles that made walking quiet and comfortable throughout the rest of the forest. Yet something gradually shifted as we entered, something subtle but unmistakable. The cheerful chatter between us faded, replaced by an uncomfortable silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Our footsteps, which had been nearly silent on the soft forest floor, now seemed to echo strangely, as if the sound was bouncing off invisible walls. Neither of us mentioned it at first, both trying to maintain the casual confidence we'd started with. But soon it was impossible to ignore the change in atmosphere. It wasn't just quiet. It was utterly still, like we had crossed some invisible barrier into a vacuum where normal forest sounds couldn't penetrate. The usual background noise of the wilderness, the distant rustle of small animals, the gentle whisper of wind through branches, the soft buzz of insects, had simply stopped. Even our own voices seemed muffled and strange when we tried to speak. Words that should have carried clearly in the open air fell flat, absorbed by something we couldn't see or understand. Jessica hesitated a moment, glancing back towards the house. I could see her urban confidence wavering as she processed the unnatural stillness. But she shrugged it off with forced bravado and started collecting sticks and branches for our lean-to fort. Her movements were more aggressive than necessary, breaking branches with sharp snaps that echoed unnaturally in the silence. "See?" she said, her voice slightly too loud and too cheerful. "It's fine, just really quiet here. Maybe the trees are thicker, so sound doesn't carry as well." We worked quickly at first, piling up larger branches against a stout fir tree, creating a rough shelter that began to take shape. The physical activity felt good, giving us something to focus on besides the oppressive atmosphere. But the further along we got, the more strained and uneasy our movements became. My heart was beating quicker, my throat dry and scratchy despite the water bottle we'd brought. I tried to shake off the feeling, reminding myself that Jessica was right. It was just trees, just another part of the forest. But a prickly, crawling sensation crept up my spine and wouldn't leave, like invisible fingers trailing across my skin. Jessica had stopped talking completely, her earlier enthusiasm replaced by nervous glances and jerky movements. She kept dropping things. Nails would slip from her fingers, branches would fall from her grip just as she was positioning them. At one point, I caught her staring at the woods around us, eyes wide and darting from shadow to shadow, clearly on edge despite her attempts to maintain composure. "You okay?" I asked quietly, my voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. "Yeah," she whispered back, but her voice sounded strained and unsure. "It's just really quiet here, isn't it?" As the afternoon wore on, each snap of a twig beneath our boots seemed louder than the last, echoing unnaturally in the stillness like gunshots in a cathedral. My pulse quickened with each sound, adrenaline building for no obvious reason. We found ourselves moving more carefully, placing our feet deliberately to avoid breaking branches, but somehow every step seemed to produce an impossibly loud noise. The shadows between the trees began to look deeper, darker than they should have been with the sun still high overhead. I started seeing movement in my peripheral vision, quick flickers that disappeared the moment I turned to look directly at them. Jessica was experiencing the same thing. I could tell from the way she kept jerking her head around, trying to catch sight of whatever was dancing just outside her direct vision. Soon we weren't even pretending to work on the fort, just standing there frozen in the small clearing we'd chosen, staring into the shadowed gaps between the trees. The silence pressed down on us like a physical weight, making it hard to breathe normally. My ears were ringing from the strain of listening for any sound, any sign of normal forest life. Then, abruptly, something shifted. It wasn't a sound or a clear movement, just a sudden, overwhelming instinct that we needed to run. Every cell in my body was screaming warnings, flooding my system with panic chemicals that made my vision sharper and my muscles tense for flight. I saw it in Jessica's eyes too, the same desperate urge to flee, the same primal terror that bypassed rational thought entirely. Without a word or signal between us, we both turned and sprinted from that clearing, dropping gloves and tools where we stood. We crashed recklessly through the underbrush, panic driving our feet with desperate speed. Branches whipped our arms and faces, leaving stinging welts and shallow scratches. But the pain, barely registered through our terror. Our breath came in sharp, painful gasps as we fought our way through thickets that seemed determined to hold us back, as if the very forest was trying to prevent our escape. Behind us, I could swear I heard pursuit. Not footsteps exactly, but a rustling that matched our pace, staying consistently just out of direct perception. When we stumbled, it paused. When we ran faster, it accelerated. The sensation of being followed was so strong that I kept risking glances over my shoulder, expecting to see something gaining on us, but the forest behind remained empty of any visible threat. Jessica was sobbing as she ran, tears streaming down her face as she fought through the grabbing branches. Her city-bred confidence had completely shattered, replaced by pure animal terror that made her crash through the undergrowth with no regard for the thorns that tore at her clothes or the roots that tried to trip her up. My own fear was so intense it felt like drowning, like being pulled under dark water where no air could reach my lungs. Every shadow looked like reaching hands. Every gap between trees seemed to hide watching eyes. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that we were just two kids running from an empty forest, but that voice was completely overwhelmed by deeper, older instincts that recognized genuine danger. We didn't slow down until we burst from the tree line into the clearing around the house, chests heaving, tears streaming down both our faces. We stumbled onto the porch, shaking uncontrollably, our terrified eyes meeting in an unspoken agreement that neither of us could explain what had just happened. My grandmother found us there 20 minutes later, still huddled together on the porch swing, our faces pale and our hands trembling. She took one look at our torn clothes and scratched faces and asked what was wrong, her voice sharp with maternal concern. But neither Jessica nor I could articulate an answer. How do you explain that you've been terrified by nothing? How do you describe running from silence itself? We got lost, Jessica finally managed, her voice hoarse from crying. Got turned around in the woods and panicked. It wasn't entirely a lie, though it wasn't the whole truth either. We had gotten lost, but not in any physical sense. We'd lost our bearings in a deeper way, stumbled into something that had no name or clear explanation. My grandmother fussed over our scratches, cleaning them with peroxide and applying bandages while muttering about children who didn't watch where they were going. But I caught her glancing toward the western tree line several times, her expression thoughtful and concerned in a way that suggested she understood more than she was saying. All I knew was that the forest behind us, usually full of familiar evening sounds as the day wound toward dusk, was now dreadfully quiet. No crickets beginning their twilight chorus, no frogs starting up their evening conversations, no coyotes calling to each other across the valleys. Just a silence so profound it pressed down like a physical weight, making the normal sounds of the house, the creak of settling boards, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the old clock in the hallway, seem unnaturally loud by comparison. That night, we huddled together in my small bedroom, afraid to speak above whispers, afraid even to breathe loudly, listening desperately for anything outside that might indicate the return of normal forest life. But nothing stirred. The oppressive quiet outside the window lingered through the night, and it felt as if whatever had chased us from the clearing was still out there, watching, waiting with infinite patience. Jessica pressed close to me in the narrow bed, her city confidence completely gone. She jumped at every small sound the old house made, the settling of timber, the whisper of wind around the eaves, the distant hoot of an owl that seemed to come from miles away, instead of the nearby trees where they normally nested. What was that place? She whispered sometime after midnight, her voice barely audible, even in the profound quiet. I don't know, I whispered back, and that was the truth. I had no words for what we'd experienced, no framework for understanding the wrongness we'd encountered. But lying there in the darkness, listening to the unnatural silence pressing against the windows, I knew with absolute certainty that we had crossed a line we should never have approached. Whatever lived in that patch of forest had noticed us, had followed us to the edge of its territory, and was now aware of our existence in a way that made my skin crawl with dread. I woke up early, startled awake by the thin, gray morning light filtering through the curtains. My body was stiff and sore from tension, muscles cramped from sleeping in a state of high alert. Jessica was already sitting up next to me, eyes wide and shadowed from lack of rest. Dark circles ringed her eyes, and her face had the pale, drawn look of someone who'd spent the night fighting nightmares. Neither of us had slept well, each drifting in and out of restless dreams punctuated by jolts of anxiety that would snap us back to wakefulness, with racing hearts and sweaty palms. Every small noise had seemed amplified in the darkness. The scratch of tree branches against the roof, the whisper of wind around the house's corners, the distant cry of some night bird that sounded too much like a human scream. But worse than the sounds were the periods of complete silence, when even the normal settling noises of the old house would stop, leaving us in a vacuum of quiet that felt unnatural and wrong. During those moments, we'd lie perfectly still, barely breathing, straining our ears for any indication that the world outside still existed. I couldn't shake the sense of dread from the day before, still vivid and fresh in my memory, like a wound that refused to heal. My hands shook slightly as I got dressed, and I found myself avoiding looking out the bedroom window toward the western tree line. Breakfast was tense. We avoided talking about the clearing, trying instead to force casual conversation about cartoons or plans for swimming in the creek. But even my grandparents could tell something was off. They exchanged worried looks across the table, their usual morning cheerfulness replaced by concerned observation of our subdued behavior. My grandmother kept offering us more food, the way adults do when they sense something's wrong but don't know how to fix it. My grandfather studied us over his coffee cup, his weathered face creased with an expression I couldn't quite read. I wished they would ask direct questions, almost hoped they would forbid us from going anywhere near the forest again. When we finally stepped outside after breakfast, the summer air felt heavy and oppressive despite the early hour. The normal sounds of morning in the mountains, birds singing, insects buzzing, the distant rustle of small animals moving through the undergrowth seemed muted and far away. Jessica stood silently on the porch, looking west toward the tree line with an expression of sick dread. I knew exactly what she was thinking. We'd left behind my grandfather's tools, his good gloves, and even though we were terrified of returning to that place, neither of us could stomach the idea of admitting to my grandparents that we'd abandoned their things out of fear. The tools represented more than just borrowed equipment. They were my grandfather's, earned through decades of hard work, carefully maintained and respected. In a family that valued self-reliance and responsibility, losing tools through carelessness was almost unthinkable, but losing them through cowardice felt even worse. We should just get it over with. Jessica finally broke the silence, though her voice lacked any trace of the confidence she'd shown just yesterday. I nodded, barely managing a whispered, "Yeah." We walked slowly at first, moving deliberately toward the trees, each step dragging more than the last. Our earlier eagerness for adventure was completely gone, replaced by dread that sat in our stomachs like stones. The morning sun should have made everything look normal and welcoming, but somehow the bright light only made the shadows between the trees seem deeper and more threatening. Our conversation died completely as we approached the invisible boundary line. Even the familiar sections of forest we'd explored countless times felt wrong now, contaminated by proximity to whatever we'd encountered yesterday. Birds that should have been singing in the morning light were absent, leaving an unnatural quiet that made our footsteps seem impossibly loud. I hesitated at the edge of the forbidden patch, standing right at the invisible line we'd always avoided until yesterday. My body was screaming warnings, every instinct telling me to turn around and walk away. But the thought of my grandfather's disappointed face when he discovered his missing tools pushed me forward. Jessica took a shaky breath, then stepped across first. "Come on," she said, sounding less sure than she probably meant to. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might wake something that was better left sleeping. I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs as the trees swallowed us up and the familiar world disappeared behind a wall of green shadows. The forest was quiet in a way that made my ears ring from the strain of listening, too quiet, beyond any natural explanation. I strained desperately for any normal woodland sounds, a bird calling, an insect buzzing, the rustle of wind through leaves. Instead, only our footsteps broke the silence, each crunch of pine needles sounding painfully loud and somehow wrong, as if the sound was being absorbed and distorted by the unnatural atmosphere. The air itself felt different here, thicker somehow, like breathing through wet cloth. Every breath was an effort, and the simple act of walking forward felt like pushing through invisible resistance. My skin prickled with the constant sensation of being watched, though no matter how quickly I turned my head, I never caught sight of any observer. Jessica was struggling too. Her face had gone pale, and she kept swallowing hard, as if fighting nausea. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool morning air, and her hands were clenched into fists at her sides. When she tried to speak, her voice came out as barely more than a whisper. "The tools should be just ahead," she managed, but her words seemed to fall flat in the oppressive silence, swallowed by something we couldn't see or understand. When we reached the clearing where we'd tried to build our fort, Jessica froze so suddenly that I nearly collided with her. She stood perfectly still, one hand raised as if to ward something away, her eyes fixed on the center of our abandoned construction project. I stepped around her slowly, and the scene came sharply into view. In the center of our unfinished fort was a deer, lying awkwardly on its side with its legs tucked beneath it in a position no living animal would ever choose. Its neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, bent almost completely backwards so that its glassy eyes stared directly up at the canopy overhead. The animal's throat was ripped wide open, torn brutally apart in a single savage motion that had left ragged edges of flesh and exposed windpipe. Blood had pooled around the wound, fresh enough to still shine wetly in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. But strangely, the deer appeared untouched otherwise. No scavengers had disturbed it, despite the abundance of carrion feeders in these woods. No predators had dragged it away to feed, even though coyotes and bears regularly patrolled this area. The deer looked deliberately placed, positioned with care in the exact center of our small clearing, as though left there specifically for us to find. Its body was unmarked except for the throat wound, its coat still clean and neat despite lying on the forest floor. Even more disturbing was the deer's expression. Its eyes were wide open, staring upward with what looked almost like terror frozen in death. My stomach lurched violently as the full wrongness of the scene hit me. Jessica gagged softly beside me, one hand pressed to her mouth as she fought not to vomit. The sweet, coppery smell of blood mixed with the clean forest air, creating a nauseating combination that made my head spin. And then we saw them. The gloves and tools we'd dropped when we fled yesterday. They weren't scattered across the ground where we'd left them anymore. Instead, each item had been carefully gathered and arranged into a neat pile directly beside the deer's head, positioned with geometric precision that couldn't possibly have happened by chance. The hammer lay parallel to the handsaw. The nails were sorted by size into small, orderly groups. Even the canvas tool bag had been folded carefully and placed at the base of the pile like a foundation. Everything was exactly as my grandfather would have arranged them in his workshop, with the meticulous care of someone who respected tools and understood their proper handling. But one glove was missing from the pile. I counted twice, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. 2 gloves had been taken yesterday, but only one had been returned with the other tools. The absence felt deliberate, significant, like a signature left by whatever had created this grotesque display. We stood motionless for what felt like hours, but was probably only moments. Horror flooding through me in waves that made my vision blur at the edges. I could hear Jessica's breathing coming quick and sharp beside me, mirroring my own growing panic. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe the deer had been killed by a cougar that was scared away before it could feed. Maybe the wind had blown our tools into a neat pile. Maybe we were remembering wrong about the second glove. But even as I grasped for normal explanations, I knew none of them fit. Cougars didn't arrange tools. Wind didn't fold canvas bags or sort nails by size. And I had a perfect memory of watching Jessica put on both gloves yesterday before we'd started working. "We have to leave," Jessica whispered, her voice barely audible even in the profound silence. "We have to leave right now." I nodded numbly, barely able to speak. The wrongness of the scene was overwhelming, making it hard to think clearly or move with any coordination. But the practical part of my mind, the part shaped by my grandfather's lessons about responsibility, forced out the words, "Grab the stuff." We lunged forward in a chaotic frenzy, snatching the tools and remaining glove from beside the deer's head. I was careful not to look too closely at the animal's torn throat or staring eyes, but the image burned itself into my memory anyway. The tools felt wrong in my hands, contaminated somehow by their association with this place, but I couldn't bring myself to leave them behind. In moments, we were sprinting again, crashing through the underbrush as fast as our legs could carry us. Branches slapped painfully at my arms and face, leaving stinging welts that I barely noticed. My mind was locked only on getting away, on putting as much distance as possible between us and that clearing, with its carefully arranged message of death and violation. Bursting free from the trees, we didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the house. On the porch, we dropped everything in a heap, gasping for breath like drowning victims who'd just reached shore. Jessica looked as pale and shaken as I felt, her earlier confidence completely destroyed by what we'd witnessed. "What are we going to tell your grandparents?" she asked quietly, voice shaking with residual terror. I shook my head, trying to think of any believable explanation that wouldn't sound insane. "We just tell them we found the deer like that, and we don't mention the tools being arranged. Maybe they won't notice one missing glove." Jessica nodded uncertainly, but we both knew how weak the plan sounded. Neither of us said what we were really thinking, that none of it made sense, that there was no logical explanation for what we'd seen, and that whatever had created that display knew exactly who we were and where to find us. 20 years passed before I returned to the house again. 2 decades of college, career building, marriage, and divorce had kept me busy in cities far from the mountains of eastern Oregon. My grandparents had both passed away within a year of each other, leaving the land to my parents and eventually to me when they decided they were too old to maintain such a large property. Standing in the old gravel driveway for the first time in so long, looking up at the familiar home set against a backdrop of thick evergreens, brought back a flood of memories both cherished and troubling. The house looked smaller than I remembered, weathered by decades of mountain winters but still solid and welcoming. Someone, probably my parents during their brief period of ownership, had updated the roof and painted the trim, but the essential character of the place remained unchanged. I spent the first day checking the house from top to bottom, walking slowly through rooms that held the accumulated history of my family. My grandmother's quilt still covered the beds, faded but carefully preserved. My grandfather's workshop in the basement remained exactly as he'd left it, tools arranged with the same meticulous precision I remembered from childhood. In the living room, old photographs covered the mantelpiece and side tables, documenting generations of family gatherings on this land. Pictures of hunting trips and fishing expeditions, birthday parties and holiday celebrations, all taking place against the backdrop of the endless forest that surrounded the house. Looking at those images, I could almost hear the laughter and conversation that had once filled these rooms. But as the day wore on and evening approached, my eyes kept drifting to the west window, toward the same cluster of trees that still pulled at my memories like a magnet pulls iron filings. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the yard, and once again that old, uncomfortable feeling settled over me like a familiar but unwelcome coat. Even after so much time, just seeing that section of forest filled me with dread. The rational part of my mind insisted that whatever Jessica and I had experienced was just childhood imagination run wild, magnified by years of retelling until it had taken on a significance it never really possessed. Kids scare themselves all the time, I told myself. They find dead animals and create elaborate fantasies about supernatural causes. But standing there as an adult, looking toward those trees in the fading light, I couldn't convince myself that our terror had been manufactured. The memory was too vivid, too specific, too completely unlike the normal fears of childhood. We hadn't been afraid of monsters or ghosts. We'd been afraid of something real, something that had demonstrated its presence through deliberate action. I forced myself to sit outside on the porch, nursing a beer and trying to pretend I wasn't nervous. The familiar sounds of evening in the mountains began to emerge as the sun disappeared. The distant call of an owl, the rustle of small creatures beginning their nocturnal activities, the whisper of wind through the trees. But from the western section, that patch of forest that had haunted my childhood, came only silence. The contrast was stark and unsettling. Everywhere else, the wilderness was waking up for the night. But that particular area remained as quiet as a tomb, creating a dead zone in the otherwise vibrant soundscape of the mountains. The trees loomed dark and quiet in the twilight, exactly as they had 2 decades earlier. The stillness was unsettling, unnatural in a way that made my skin crawl despite my attempts to rationalize it away. No wind stirred those particular branches. No night birds called from those specific trees. No small animals rustled through that section of undergrowth. I finally gave up trying to enjoy the evening, retreating into the house to lock every door and window before going to bed. The ritual felt both foolish and necessary, a grown man's compromise with fears that should have been left behind with childhood. But as I turned each deadbolt and checked each latch, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was preparing for something, though I couldn't say what. Sleep never came that night. I lay awake in my grandparents' old bedroom, eyes fixed nervously on the ceiling, listening to the familiar sounds of the old house settling into darkness. The bedroom faced west, its windows offering a direct view of the forbidden section of forest, though heavy curtains now blocked that view. My thoughts circled back endlessly to the deer, the neatly stacked tools, the missing glove that had appeared so mysteriously on the porch bench. I tried to forget those details for 20 years, rationalizing that childhood memories could twist and distort over time, becoming more dramatic and frightening than the original events warranted. But now, back in this house where it had all happened, every detail returned with crystal clarity. The deer's glassy eyes staring upward, the precise arrangement of tools beside its head, the calculated deliberateness of the entire display, as if something had been trying to communicate a message we were too young and too frightened to understand. Around midnight, something triggered the motion-activated porch light outside the bedroom window, flooding the room with sudden, harsh white light that made me bolt upright in bed. My heart hammered against my ribs as I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, listening hard for any sound that might explain what had activated the sensor. The light was designed to detect large movements, deer wandering through the yard, raccoons investigating the garbage cans, the occasional bear passing through on its way to better foraging grounds. It took something substantial to trigger it, something moving with purpose rather than just being blown by the wind. Gravel crunched softly outside just once under what sounded like a slow, deliberate footstep. The sound was barely audible, but in the profound quiet of the mountain night, it might as well have been a gunshot. My pulse pounded in my ears so loudly I was afraid it might mask other sounds I needed to hear. Every muscle in my body tensed painfully, paralyzed with a terror I hadn't felt since I was 10 years old. The rational part of my mind insisted it was just an animal. Deer were common in the area, and they often moved through the yard at night. But something about the single measured footstep felt wrong, too calculated to be natural. Carefully moving as slowly and quietly as possible, I slid out of bed and crept toward the window. My bare feet made no sound on the old wooden floors, but each board seemed to creak anyway, announcing my movements to whatever waited outside. I peered through a narrow gap in the curtains, my heart racing so fast I felt dizzy. A figure stood on the porch just at the edge of the light's reach. Its outline was indistinct, tall and somehow wrong in its proportions, partially hidden in the deep shadows cast by the porch roof. It faced away from the house, standing motionless just inches from the bench where my grandmother used to sit and shell peas in the evenings. The figure was perfectly still in a way that no living thing should be able to maintain. No breathing, no small unconscious movements, no shifting of weight from foot to foot. It stood like a statue, like something that had been carved from the darkness itself and positioned with deliberate care. My breath caught painfully in my chest as I watched, waiting for any movement that might give me a clue about what I was seeing. Seconds stretched into minutes, each heartbeat feeling like a hammer blow against my ribs. The figure remained motionless, but somehow I could sense its awareness, its perfect knowledge of my presence at the window. Then slowly, with mechanical precision, its head turned toward the house, toward my window, toward me. I recoiled instinctively, flattening myself against the wall beside the window, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. The darkness where the figure's face should have been seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating a void that hurt to look at directly. But I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its attention like cold fingers trailing across my skin, patient and malevolent and utterly inhuman. It knew I was there, knew I was watching, and it wanted me to know that it knew. Seconds passed in agonizing silence, each heartbeat feeling like it might be my last. Then came the sound I'd been dreading, the sound that connected this moment to that terrible day 20 years ago. One sharp, deliberate knock on the bedroom window. Not loud, not violent, but purposeful and clear. A simple signal, a greeting, a reminder of unfinished business. The sound seemed to echo in the small room, bouncing off the walls and ceiling with impossible resonance. One knock, no more. Just enough to announce its presence and its intentions. I sank down slowly, sliding onto the floor with my back pressed against the cold plaster wall. My breathing came in short, ragged gasps that I tried desperately to muffle, afraid that any sound might provoke another knock, or worse, invite whatever was out there to try the door. Hours dragged by in darkness and terror. I didn't dare move from my position against the wall, didn't dare look out the window again. The motion-activated light eventually shut off, plunging the yard back into darkness, but I could still feel the presence outside, patient as stone, waiting with the infinite persistence of something that had no need for sleep or food or any human comfort. Only when the pale light of morning finally seeped through the curtains did I summon the courage to rise on trembling legs. My back was stiff from hours pressed against the wall, my legs numb from sitting in one position for so long. But terror had kept me alert through the entire night, focused on nothing but survival. Carefully, slowly, I approached the window again, pulling the curtain aside just enough to look out onto the porch. It was empty now, bathed in gray morning light that made the previous night feel like a nightmare that might have been imagined, but gathering every scrap of courage I possessed, I opened the front door and stepped cautiously onto the porch. The morning air was crisp and clean, filled with the normal sounds of birds beginning their daily chorus. Everything looked exactly as it should, except for the bench beneath the bedroom window. There, placed carefully and deliberately where I couldn't possibly miss it, lay a single glove. It was old leather, cracked and worn from years of use, stained with substances I didn't want to identify. Nothing like the work gloves my grandfather had once owned, nothing like the glove we'd lost 20 years ago. This was something else entirely, something that spoke of different hands and different purposes. The leather was thick and heavy, designed for rough work in harsh conditions. But what made my blood freeze was the smell that rose from it, the sweet, coppery scent of old blood mixed with something else, something organic and decaying that made my stomach lurch. My hand shaking uncontrollably, I picked it up. Something was tucked inside, and I withdrew it slowly, afraid of what I might find. A broken piece of antler, still fresh with blood at the break, rested in my palm. The bone was warm despite the cool morning air, as if it had been recently removed from a living animal. The antler was sharp where it had been broken, edges jagged and rough. But what terrified me most was the pattern of scratches etched into its surface, deliberate marks that looked almost like writing, symbols that seemed to shift and change when I tried to focus on them directly. My breath came faster as panic began rising inside me like floodwater. This wasn't random. This wasn't coincidence. Something had been waiting for me to return, had known I would eventually come back to this place where it all began. And now it was making its intentions clear. Glancing up toward the tree line, I felt the weight of unseen eyes watching from the shadows beneath the trees. The sensation was so strong, it made my skin crawl, made every nerve-ending scream warnings about predators and pursuit and things that hunted in the darkness between the trees. I knew in that instant, with absolute certainty, that I would never spend another night in this house. Whatever had claimed that patch of forest had expanded its territory, had grown bold enough to venture onto the property itself. It had been patient for 20 years, but now it was ready to collect on some debt I didn't understand. Within a week, I arranged to sell the land to a conservation group, signing documents with one strict condition written into the contract in language so specific and binding that no future buyer could override it. No trails would ever be constructed in the western section. No buildings would ever be erected there. No campsites would ever be established. The area was to remain permanently undisturbed, forever off-limits to human intrusion. I didn't explain why, and the conservation group didn't ask. They were simply grateful to acquire such a large tract of pristine wilderness at below market value. The legal language was unusual, they admitted, but not unprecedented. Many land donations came with restrictions designed to preserve specific ecosystems or protect sensitive wildlife habitat. If they only knew what kind of habitat they were really protecting. Driving away for the last time, I glanced briefly at that patch of forest in my rearview mirror. The trees stood dark and silent against the morning sky, exactly as they had throughout my childhood, exactly as they would long after I was gone. Whatever had been waiting there had remained patient and quiet for all these years, content to observe from the shadows as long as its territory remained respected. It had given warnings, first to 2 frightened children, then to a grown man who should have known better than to return. But now I understood the message that had been delivered with such careful precision 20 years ago, and again just last night. It didn't want company. It didn't want visitors or explorers or anyone foolish enough to cross the invisible boundaries that separated its domain from the human world. It wanted only to be left alone in its patch of forest, free to pursue whatever dark purposes kept it anchored to that specific place. And as long as people respected that boundary, as long as they heeded the warnings and stayed away, it would remain content to watch from the shadows between the trees. But for those who ignored the warnings, for those who trespassed on ground that was never meant for human feet, there would be consequences. Deliberate, calculated consequences delivered with the same meticulous care that had arranged my grandfather's tools beside a deer's torn throat. The conservation easement would ensure that no one else would make the mistake Jessica and I had made. The western section would remain forever wild, forever untouched, forever home to something that predated human understanding and had no intention of adapting to a world of roads and houses and people who had forgotten how to fear the darkness between the trees. As I drove away from the mountains, heading back to the safe anonymity of city life, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders that I hadn't realized I'd been carrying for 20 years. The debt was paid. The warning had been heeded. The boundaries would be respected. And somewhere behind me, in a patch of forest that would never again echo with human voices or footsteps, something settled back into patient waiting, content in the knowledge that its territory was secure for another generation. I never intended our anniversary camping trip to become the nightmare that still haunts my dreams 12 years later. It was supposed to be simple, a romantic getaway under the stars, just the 2 of us escaping the suffocating routine of our daily lives. My buddy Trevor had recently inherited several hundred acres of farmland near Resaca, and he'd given us permission to use it whenever we wanted. The property seemed perfect, quiet, private, secluded, far enough off the grid to truly disconnect from the world that constantly demanded our attention. But still close enough to civilization if we needed anything. At least, that's what we foolishly assumed. It was August 2016, deep summer in northwest Georgia, where afternoons pressed down like a wet blanket and evenings offered only the slightest relief from the oppressive heat. I loaded my Ford F-250 diesel with firewood, camping gear, and a heavy tarp big enough to cover the truck bed, creating a makeshift shelter. My girlfriend, now my wife, though she refuses to camp anymore, tossed snacks, blankets, and a small cooler into the back seat. The irony wasn't lost on us as we packed, joking about roughing it for one night while secretly wishing for air conditioning and Wi-Fi. We left home in the late afternoon, driving leisurely along empty back roads through rolling countryside that looked like something from a postcard. The late-day sun painted the fields in brilliant gold, and the horizon occasionally flickered with distant heat lightning that seemed harmless, almost beautiful. Nothing unusual for August in Georgia. Neither of us had reliable cell service out here, but that was part of the romantic appeal. No distractions, no outside world, just us and the peaceful silence of the countryside. The plan was perfect. Too perfect. Turning off onto Trevor's land, we followed a winding dirt track that stretched nearly a mile into the property, leaving the main road far behind us until it disappeared entirely from view. The further we drove, the more isolated we became, swallowed by towering pine trees that blocked out most of the remaining daylight. Eventually, the trees opened into a massive harvested cornfield that stretched endlessly toward a distant tree line. Beyond that natural barrier, I knew, was the Oostenaula River, normally slow and quiet this time of year, barely more than a lazy creek. We chose our campsite carefully, about 100 yards from the riverbank on what appeared to be the highest ground available. The soil felt firm but dusty beneath the truck's tires, and I made a mental note that if rain did come, the ground might turn muddy quickly. But looking at the clear sky above us, cloudless and vast, rain seemed like the furthest thing from possibility. The air felt strangely heavy, motionless, as if the entire world was holding its breath in anticipation. I backed the truck into position with practiced precision and began setting up our temporary home, stretching the tarp over the bed and tying it down with military-tight knots. The tarp formed a cozy canopy above the air mattress, giving us privacy and shelter while still allowing us to see the emerging stars. Nearby, I stacked our firewood into a neat pile and got a crackling fire started, the flames dancing cheerfully as darkness slowly claimed the landscape. The isolation felt intoxicating rather than threatening. We were completely alone, miles from anyone who might hear us scream. Dinner was thick ribeye steaks cooked in my cast-iron skillet over the open flame, the rich scent of smoke and searing meat mingling with the symphony of cicadas humming in the distant trees. We ate sitting side by side on the tailgate, talking quietly about our future, watching the mesmerizing heat lightning dance on the far horizon like nature's own light show. It felt like we had been granted dominion over the entire world, and the profound peace of it all made the stress and anxiety of everyday life seem like distant memories. The temperature had dropped to a comfortable level as midnight approached, and with the glowing embers dying down to a soft orange glow, we crawled under the tarp and collapsed onto the air mattress. The sounds of the night wrapped around us like a blanket. The gentle rustle of the tarp overhead, the distant hoot of an owl, the barely audible whisper of the lazy river flowing past. My eyes grew heavy, lulled by the rhythmic rustling and her soft breathing beside me. She curled up against my chest, her body warm and relaxed, breathing softly as sleep claimed her almost immediately. I remember thinking, just before consciousness slipped away, that this was what happiness felt like. Pure, simple, perfect happiness. I should have known that perfect moments like these always come with a price. But in that moment, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of the Georgia wilderness, I felt safer than I had in years. The darkness seemed protective rather than threatening, wrapping around us like a cocoon. I had no way of knowing that the same darkness was concealing the approach of something that would change everything. I don't know how long I slept before a low, ominous rumble of thunder jerked me from unconsciousness like a physical blow. My eyes snapped open, instantly alert, every nerve suddenly firing with inexplicable dread. Beside me, she didn't stir, her breathing still deep and regular. Outside our makeshift shelter, the flashes of lightning were brighter now, more frequent, and I felt a subtle but persistent breeze begin to ripple the tarp above us with increasing intensity. Reaching for my phone with trembling fingers, I desperately checked for a weather update, but the screen showed nothing but no signal, a stark reminder of just how isolated we truly were. The rumbling grew louder and closer with each passing second, no longer distant and harmless, but immediate and threatening. My gut twisted with a growing sense of impending doom, an animal instinct that something was terribly wrong. Just as I decided to wake her, the first heavy drop of rain struck the tarp with the sharp crack of a whip, followed by another, then another. Each impact sounded like a warning shot fired from the sky above. My pulse quickened to a frantic rhythm that seemed to echo in my ears. The change in atmospheric pressure was so sudden and dramatic that my ears actually popped. "Hey," I whispered urgently, nudging her shoulder with more force than I intended. "We might have to move, right now." She groaned softly, still half-trapped in peaceful sleep, completely unaware that our perfect night was about to become a fight for survival. "What? Why?" she mumbled, confusion evident in her drowsy voice. The answer came before I could speak another word, delivered with terrifying violence. A violent gust of wind slammed into our shelter with the force of a freight train, shaking the tarp so fiercely that I thought it might tear apart completely. Within seconds, sheets of rain began pouring sideways, driven by winds that seemed to come from every direction at once. The rain wasn't falling. It was being hurled at us with malicious intent, finding every tiny gap in our defenses and exploiting it mercilessly. Water immediately began dripping through the fabric in multiple places, soaking us both within moments. The temperature dropped at least 20 degrees in the span of a minute, and the cold rain felt like ice against our skin. My teeth began chattering involuntarily, and I could feel her body shivering violently beside me. "Wake up, get dressed, we have to go now!" I shouted over the deafening roar, adrenaline flooding my system like liquid fire. Jumping from the mattress, I pulled my boots on with desperate speed, feeling the entire truck bed trembling beneath me from the wind's relentless assault. My girlfriend was scrambling to her feet now, the confusion in her eyes replaced by raw, primal terror as she fully comprehended our situation. The storm had transformed from distant murmurs to a raging, violent assault on our senses without any warning whatsoever. It was as if nature itself had turned against us, determined to crush us without mercy. As I leaped down from the truck into what had become a quagmire of thick, sucking mud, lightning illuminated the field in stark, terrifying flashes that revealed just how completely isolated and vulnerable we really were. The ground that had been firm and dry just hours before was already slick and treacherous underfoot, each step threatening to send me sprawling face first into the muck. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst, and terror flooded every cell of my body. The rain attacked us like a living thing, relentless and vicious, each drop feeling like a frozen needle driven deep into exposed skin. The world collapsed around us into an impenetrable wall of darkness, broken only by the harsh, strobing glare of lightning that turned everything into a nightmare landscape of shadows and blinding light. My heart pounded with such violence that the sound echoed in my ears louder than the screaming wind. "We have to move fast," I screamed, struggling desperately to be heard over the howling storm that seemed determined to drown out all human communication. "Get the straps. We need to take the tarp down before it destroys the truck." She nodded with grim determination, her soaked hair plastered flat against her skull, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and desperate resolve that I'd never seen before. We fumbled frantically with the drenched nylon straps, our fingers already numb from the cold rain and shaking uncontrollably from fear and adrenaline. Each second that passed felt like an hour, and I could sense something catastrophic approaching. When the tarp finally came loose, the wind seized it immediately like a predator claiming its prey, ripping it violently from our hands and sending it tumbling across the muddy field like a massive dark ghost. There was no hope of retrieving it. "Forget it," I yelled, turning toward the smoldering remains of our campfire. The flames that had provided such comfort hours earlier were now completely extinguished, reduced to hissing, steaming embers submerged beneath rapidly pooling water. I sprinted toward the driver's side door, my boots sinking deeper into the thick, grasping mud with every step. Each footfall required tremendous effort to extract my boot from the sucking earth. Climbing into the cab, I slipped multiple times on the muddy running board, my hands too numb and wet to maintain a proper grip. She scrambled into the passenger seat and slammed the door behind her with such force that the entire truck shook. Our panicked breathing immediately fogged all the windows, cutting off our view of the nightmare outside and trapping us in our own private hell. My hands shook violently as I turned the key, and when the diesel engine rumbled to life, the sound was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. It represented hope, escape, survival. "Hold on tight," I warned through gritted teeth, flipping the four-wheel drive switch to high and mentally preparing for what might be our only chance. The truck lurched forward as I pressed down hard on the accelerator, tires spinning wildly, throwing up sheets of muddy water that completely obscured the windshield. For one brief, hopeful moment, we surged forward through the muck. But then I felt the sickening sensation of the heavy truck bogging down again, the tires spinning uselessly as we sank deeper into the earth with each desperate attempt to move forward. The engine roared in protest, but we were going nowhere. My stomach clenched with pure terror as the horrible realization hit me. We're stuck, completely stuck. The words came out as barely a whisper, but she heard them over the storm. We need traction under the tires, the firewood. We have to get it under the wheels, or we're going to die out here. Without another word, we leaped from the relative safety of the cab back into the apocalyptic conditions outside, stepping immediately into water that had risen to ankle depth in just the few minutes we'd been in the truck. The reality of how quickly everything was deteriorating hit me like a physical blow. Each step through the mud required enormous effort, as if the earth itself was determined to trap us there forever. We carried armloads of firewood through the driving rain, stumbling and sliding with increasing desperation as the water continued rising around us. My flashlight swept toward the riverbank, and what I saw there made my blood freeze in my veins. The Oostenaula, which had been a gentle, meandering stream just hours earlier, was now a black torrent of destruction rushing violently across its banks, spreading rapidly toward us like a living creature hungry for victims. Our campsite, our truck, our only means of escape, was rapidly becoming part of the river system. The realization that we were about to be swept away by thousands of gallons of rushing water filled me with a terror so complete that for a moment I couldn't move or breathe. "The water's coming up fast," I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. "We have maybe one chance to get out of here, and then we abandon the truck and run for higher ground." She stared at me in disbelief, her breathing rapid and shallow, eyes filled with the same paralyzing fear that gripped me. But then something stronger took hold of her, pure determination to survive. She nodded fiercely, and we placed pieces of firewood under each tire as rapidly as our numb, trembling hands could move. My lungs burned from the physical exertion and the cold air, and the thick Georgia mud clung to our clothes like cement, making every movement a monumental struggle. "Get ready," I screamed over the howling wind. "As soon as I hit the gas, keep throwing more wood under the tires." Back in the cab, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel, I slammed my foot down on the accelerator. The engine roared with mechanical fury, tires grinding desperately against the wet firewood beneath them. At first, there was nothing but the frustrating, terrifying sound of rubber spinning uselessly against wet bark. "Throw more!" I screamed out the open window, rainwater pouring into the cab and soaking the seats. She hurled smaller chunks of wood desperately beneath the spinning wheels, her movements becoming increasingly frantic as she realized this was our final chance. Suddenly, miraculously, the truck jolted forward slightly. The tires had found just enough grip to gain a few precious inches. Encouraged but still terrified, I floored the accelerator again, pouring every ounce of the diesel's power into the wheels. Slowly, inch by agonizing inch, the tires clawed through the mud and wood debris. The truck fought its way forward like a wounded animal desperate to escape a predator. "Keep going! Don't stop!" I yelled again, panic making my voice almost unrecognizable. With one final violent surge that felt like the truck was tearing itself apart, we broke free from the sucking mud and lurched forward onto slightly firmer ground. My entire body shook with exhaustion and relief as we crawled slowly toward the dirt track that represented our path to safety. Behind us, the field where we had planned to spend a romantic night under the stars was disappearing rapidly beneath the rising black water. As we reached the narrow dirt track, a wave of relief so powerful it was almost euphoric washed over me. I glanced over at her, soaking wet, covered head to toe in mud, breathing heavily, but alive. We were both alive. The main road lay just ahead, promising safety and survival. I didn't dare look back at the campsite that was now completely submerged beneath the raging river. All that mattered was escaping the horror that had nearly claimed both our lives. Neither of us spoke during the drive to safety. There was nothing to say that could adequately capture what we had just survived. My grip remained death-tight on the steering wheel, knuckles white beneath the coating of mud that covered my hands. The storm continued to rage around us, but it seemed distant now, muted by shock, exhaustion, and the overwhelming gratitude of still being alive. We drove through the darkness toward the lights of civilization, leaving behind the muddy battlefield, the rising water, and the night that had nearly become our last. Even now, over a decade later, I wake up some nights in a cold sweat, reliving those terrifying hours when nature showed us just how quickly paradise can become hell and how thin the line really is between life and death. God was watching over us that night. Without divine intervention, we never would have made it out alive. My name is Joseph Wilson, and I'm 70 years old now. What I'm about to tell you happened to me back in 1992, but the memory of it is as fresh as if it were yesterday. I was 38 then, a college dropout turned mechanic, working long hours in a small garage in Flagstaff, Arizona. My life was simple, some might say mundane. I fixed cars during the day, drank cheap beer with my buddies in the evening, and occasionally hit up a local bar on weekends. It wasn't glamorous, but it was my life, and I was content with it. The only real excitement I had was my annual trip to a cabin in the woods with my best friend, Lars Klein. We called it our man retreat. No phones, no civilization, just two guys, nature, and a couple of six-packs. It was our way of escaping the daily grind, of reconnecting with something primal and real. That year, Lars and I had planned our trip for the last week of August. It was always a good time to go. The summer heat was starting to wane, but winter's chill hadn't yet set in. Perfect weather for being outdoors. I remember the day we left like it was yesterday. It was a Friday, and I'd closed up the garage early. Lars picked me up in my beat-up '78 Chevy pickup. We'd been using that truck for our trips for years. It wasn't pretty, but it was reliable, and it could handle the rough dirt roads leading to our destination. "Ready for another wild adventure, Vern?" Lars asked as I tossed my duffel bag into the truck bed. He always called me Vern, a nickname that stuck from our high school days. "You bet," I replied, climbing into the passenger seat. "Let's get this show on the road." Lars grinned and gunned the engine. As we pulled away from my little apartment, I felt the familiar excitement building in my chest. For the next week, we'd be free from all the pressures and monotony of our everyday lives. We headed northeast out of Flagstaff, the San Francisco peaks receding in the rearview mirror. Our destination was a remote cabin near the Mogollon Rim that Lars's uncle owned. It was a modest place, more like a glorified shack, but it had character, and most importantly, it was isolated. The drive took about 3 hours, the last hour of which was on increasingly rough and narrow dirt roads. Lars navigated them expertly, having made this trip so many times before. As we bounced along, the forest grew denser around us, towering ponderosa pines blocking out much of the late afternoon sun. "This is where we can truly unplug," Lars said, echoing a sentiment he expressed every year. No cell phones, no TV, no bosses or customers, just us and the great outdoors. I nodded in agreement, already feeling the tension of the past few months melting away. There was something about being out here, surrounded by nature, that put everything else into perspective. We arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun already starting to dip behind the pines. The cabin stood in a small clearing, a simple wooden structure that had weathered countless seasons. Its dark wood blended with the surrounding forest, as if it had grown naturally from the ground. As usual, the first thing we did after unloading our gear was crack open a couple of beers. It was tradition, our way of officially starting the retreat. "To another year of survival," Lars toasted, raising his can. "And to a week of peace and quiet," I added, clinking my can against his. We stood on the small porch, sipping our beers and surveying our kingdom for the next week. The cabin was basic. One big room with a couple of cots, a small kitchen area, and an ancient wood stove. The outhouse was about 50 yards away, down a little path that always gave me the creeps, especially at night. "Hey, Vern, you remember to bring the fishing rods?" Lars called from inside the cabin where he was unpacking. "Yeah, they're in the truck with the rest of the stuff," I shouted back. "We'll get them in the morning." We spent that first evening sitting on the porch, watching the stars come out, talking about nothing and everything. Lars and I had been friends since high school. He was the outgoing one, always full of energy and ideas, while I was more of a laid-back kind of guy. Opposites attract, I guess. As the night wore on, the forest around us came alive with sounds. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was a symphony of nature, so different from the constant hum of traffic and humanity back in Flagstaff. "You know," Lars said, his voice soft in the darkness. Sometimes I think about just staying out here, leaving everything behind and living off the land. I chuckled. You'd last about a week before you started missing your TV and microwave. He laughed too, but there was a wistful note in it. Yeah, you're probably right. But still, there's something about this place, isn't there? Something, I don't know, purer maybe. I knew what he meant. Out here, stripped of all the trappings of modern life, you could feel a connection to something older, something that ran deep in our bones. It was exhilarating and a little scary at the same time. As we headed to our cots that night, I felt a sense of contentment wash over me. This was exactly what I needed, a break from the world, a chance to recharge. Little did I know that this trip would turn out to be anything but relaxing. The next morning dawned bright and clear. I woke to the smell of coffee brewing. Lars was always the early riser between us. I stumbled out of my cot, stretched, and made my way to the small kitchen area where Lars was busy frying up some bacon. Morning sunshine, he grinned, handing me a steaming mug of coffee. Sleep well? I grunted in response, taking a grateful sip of the strong brew. Like a log. You? Same, he replied, turning back to the stove. I was thinking we could hike down to the lake today, do some fishing. What do you think? It sounded perfect to me. After a hearty breakfast of bacon, eggs, and toast, we packed some sandwiches and beers into our backpacks, grabbed the fishing rods from the truck, and set off. The hike to the lake was about 3 miles, mostly downhill. It was one of those perfect mornings, clear blue sky, birds singing, the smell of pine in the air. We hiked through the woods, talking and laughing, catching up on all the little things we'd missed in each other's lives over the past year. The lake, when we reached it, was a sight to behold. Crystal clear water surrounded by trees, their reflections creating a mirror image on the calm surface. We found a good spot on the shore, baited our hooks, and cast our lines. Fishing for us was less about actually catching anything and more about the act itself. The peace of sitting by the water, the gentle rhythm of casting and reeling. We spent most of the day there, catching nothing but enjoying every minute of it. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, we packed up and started the hike back to the cabin. The return journey was mostly uphill, and we were both feeling the strain by the time we were about halfway there. That's when it happened. Lars, who was a few steps ahead of me, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you hear that?" he asked, turning his head towards the dense forest to our right. I paused, straining my ears. "Hear what?" "I thought I heard something, like a branch snapping." I listened intently but could hear nothing out of the ordinary. "Probably just a deer or something," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. But there was something in Lars's voice, a note of unease that sent a shiver down my spine. Lars shrugged, and we continued walking. But I could tell he was a little spooked. To be honest, so was I. There was something unsettling about the silence that had fallen over the woods. It was like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We made it back to the cabin just as it was getting dark. The familiar sight of the weathered wooden structure should have been comforting, but somehow, in the gathering gloom, it looked more ominous than welcoming. We built a fire in the old wood stove, cooked up some canned beans and hot dogs, and tried to shake off the weird feeling from the hike. But it lingered like a shadow at the edge of our minds, tainting our usual easy camaraderie with an undercurrent of tension. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, sure I'd heard something. A rustling outside, a faint tapping sound. I told myself it was just my imagination working overtime, fueled by the strange atmosphere of the day. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching us. When morning finally came, I was exhausted. Lars didn't look much better. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he was quieter than usual. We decided to stay close to the cabin that day, chopping wood and doing some minor maintenance that Lars's uncle had asked us to take care of. Around midday, Lars went to use the outhouse. I stayed behind to clean up the tools we'd been using. After about 10 minutes, I heard him shout, "Vern, get out here!" There was an urgency in his voice that had me dropping everything and running down the path to the outhouse. When I reached it, Lars was standing outside, pale as a ghost, holding a piece of paper in his shaking hand. "What's wrong?" I asked, looking around nervously, half expecting to see some kind of threat. Wordlessly, he handed me the paper. It was old and weathered, the edges crumbling slightly. On it, written in shaky handwriting, were 5 words that made my blood run cold. "Stay away, danger in the woods." "Where did you find this?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "It was stuck to the inside of the outhouse door," Lars said, his voice barely above a whisper, "hidden behind some old cobwebs." Jesus, Vern, what the hell is going on? We stood there in silence, the weight of the message sinking in. Someone had been here before us, someone who had encountered something that scared them enough to leave this warning. But what kind of danger were they talking about? As we walked back to the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest, which had always seemed so peaceful before, now felt oppressive and threatening. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential danger, every rustle of leaves a portent of something sinister. We spent the rest of the day in a state of uneasy vigilance. Every sound, every movement in the forest put us on edge. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a prank by some previous visitors, or a warning about bears or other wildlife. But deep down, we both knew it was something more than that. By the time night fell, we were both exhausted but too scared to sleep. We sat in the main room of the cabin, a lantern casting flickering shadows on the walls, neither of us willing to voice the fear that was growing with each passing hour. It was around midnight when we heard it, a low, guttural sound coming from the woods. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human. It raised the hair on the back of my neck and sent a chill down my spine. Lars and I exchanged a look of pure terror. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, afraid that whatever was out there might hear us. "I don't know," Lars replied, his face pale in the lantern light. "But we need to get inside. Now." We bolted for the cabin, slamming the door shut behind us. Lars grabbed the hunting rifles his uncle kept there for emergencies, handing one to me. We huddled in the center of the room, our ears straining for any sound. For hours we sat there, clutching our rifles, waiting. The noises continued, rustling, scraping, that faint growling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It felt like an eternity before the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows. When the sun finally rose, we cautiously stepped outside. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. There were no birds singing, no squirrels chattering. It was as if all the wildlife had fled. We decided it was time to leave. We didn't want to stick around to find out what had made those noises or what kind of danger the note was warning about. We packed up our gear in record time, tossing everything haphazardly into the truck. As we were about to get in, I noticed something on the ground near the cabin. At first, I thought it was just an oddly shaped shadow, but as I looked closer, my heart nearly stopped. It was a series of footprints leading from the edge of the forest to right up beside the cabin. But these weren't human footprints, nor were they from any animal I recognized. They were large, easily twice the size of my own foot, and showed clear imprints of long curved claws. "Lars, look at this," I said, pointing to the tracks. He looked down and swore under his breath. "We need to go, now." We jumped in the truck and sped down the dirt road, not daring to look back. The drive back to Flagstaff was silent, both of us lost in our thoughts, trying to make sense of what had happened. When we finally reached town, we stopped at a diner for breakfast. Sitting there, sipping coffee, surrounded by the comforting sounds of normal life, it all seemed like a bad dream. "You think it was some kind of animal?" I asked, breaking the silence. Lars shook his head slowly. "Maybe, but I've never seen tracks like that before. And that sound, that wasn't any animal I've ever heard." "Should we tell someone?" "The police." "And say what? We heard noises in the woods and found some weird tracks. They'd think we were nuts or on drugs." He was right, of course. Without more evidence, no one would believe us. We agreed to keep it to ourselves, chalking it up to an unsettling experience that we'd rather forget. But I never did forget. Lars and I drifted apart over the years, life taking us in different directions. But every now and then, I'd hear a strange noise at night or see something out of the corner of my eye, and I'd remember those clawed footprints and the warning note. It wasn't until recently, as an old man looking back on his life, that I decided to share this story. Maybe it's just my way of trying to make sense of it all these years later. Or maybe it's a warning to anyone who decides to venture too deep into the woods. Either way, what happened to us out there was real, and it's something I'll never forget. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering, what if we had stayed? What if we had tried to uncover the truth behind the warning and the creature that left those tracks? But then I remember the terror of that night, the alien sound of that growl. And I'm grateful that we left when we did. Because deep down, I know that some mysteries are better left unsolved, some dangers better left unchallenged, and somewhere out there, in the deep woods of Arizona, something is waiting, something that doesn't want to be found. So if you ever find yourself in a remote cabin surrounded by ancient trees and the sounds of the wild, remember my story, and if you hear something unusual in the night, something that raises the hair on the back of your neck and fills you with an inexplicable dread, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Just run, and don't look back. Because some things in this world are beyond our understanding, and some places are not meant for us to tread. As for me, I'll spend the rest of my days here in Flagstaff, surrounded by the comforts and safety of civilization. But a part of me will always be in those woods, forever looking over my shoulder, forever wondering about the danger that lurks in the shadows. And sometimes, in my dreams, I still hear that growl. The years following our experience at the cabin were difficult. Lars and I tried to go back to our normal lives, but something had changed. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world far more mysterious and dangerous than we had ever imagined. For months after the incident, I couldn't sleep without a light on. Every creak of my apartment building, every rustle outside my window, sent my heart racing. I'd wake up in cold sweats, the echo of that inhuman growl ringing in my ears. Lars didn't fare much better. He threw himself into his work, pulling longer and longer hours at his construction job. When we did meet up for a beer, which became increasingly rare, I could see the haunted look in his eyes. We never spoke about what happened at the cabin, but it hung between us like an invisible barrier. About a year after our trip, Lars called me late one night. His voice was slurred, and I could tell he'd been drinking. "Vern," he said, his words running together, "I can't take it anymore. I keep seeing things, man. Shadows moving where they shouldn't, and that sound, I can still hear it." I tried to calm him down, told him it was just his imagination playing tricks on him. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. Because I had been seeing things too. Just glimpses, really. A flash of movement in my peripheral vision. A dark shape darting between trees when I drove past the forest. Once I could have sworn I saw a set of glowing eyes staring at me from a dark alley. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. Lars and I made a pact that night. We agreed to never go camping again, to stay away from the forests and the wild places. We told ourselves it was for the best, that we were just being sensible. But deep down, we both knew the truth. We were scared. Life went on, as it tends to do. I continued working at the garage, eventually saving up enough to buy the place when the old owner retired. Lars got married, had a couple of kids. We drifted apart, our friendship a casualty of the unspoken terror we both carried. But I never forgot. How could I? Every time I heard about a hiker going missing in the woods, or a camper found dead under mysterious circumstances, my mind would race back to that night, to those tracks in the dirt, to that bone-chilling growl. I tried to research similar incidents, spending countless nights hunched over my computer, scouring news archives and paranormal forums. I found stories, sure, tales of creatures in the woods, of sounds that couldn't be explained, but nothing concrete, nothing that could prove what we had experienced was real. As the years passed, I began to doubt myself. Maybe it had been just an animal, something ordinary that our fear-addled minds had turned into something monstrous. Maybe the note had been a prank, the tracks a misidentification. I almost managed to convince myself. Almost. It was nearly 30 years after our experience when I saw Lars again. I was closing up the garage for the night when a battered pickup truck pulled into the lot. At first, I didn't recognize the gray-haired man who stepped out, but then he smiled, and I saw the ghost of my old friend. "Hey, Vern," he said, his voice rougher than I remembered. "Long time no see." We ended up at a local bar, nursing beers and catching up on 3 decades of life. Lars had retired early, his wife had passed a few years back, and his kids were grown with families of their own. As the night wore on and the beers kept coming, our conversation inevitably turned to that fateful trip. "You ever think about going back?" Lars asked, his eyes fixed on his beer bottle. I nearly choked on my drink. "Back? To the cabin? Are you crazy?" He shrugged. "I've been thinking about it a lot lately, about what really happened out there. Don't you want to know the truth?" I did. God help me, I did. But the thought of going back to those woods, of possibly encountering whatever had left those tracks, it terrified me more than anything. "We're old men now, Lars," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Whatever's out there, we're in no shape to face it." He nodded slowly, a wry smile on his face. "Yeah, you're probably right. But sometimes I wonder, what if we had stayed? What if we had tried to find out what it was?" We sat in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Finally, Lars stood up, fishing his keys out of his pocket. "Well, it was good seeing you, Vern," he said. "Take care of yourself." I watched him walk out of the bar, a strange feeling settling in my gut. It felt like goodbye, somehow final, in a way our gradual drifting apart had never been. 2 weeks later, I got the call. Lars's truck had been found abandoned near the old logging road that led to the cabin. There was no sign of Lars himself. The police conducted a search, of course. They combed the woods for days but found nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle. It was as if Lars had simply vanished into thin air. I knew better, though. In my heart, I knew exactly what had happened. Lars had gone back, driven by the same need for answers that had been gnawing at both of us for decades. And whatever was out there in those woods, it had been waiting. That was 5 years ago. I'm an old man now, my days of adventure long behind me. But I can't shake the feeling that this story isn't over yet. That's why I'm writing this all down, I suppose. As a record, a warning, and maybe, just maybe, as a call for help. Because sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling and the shadows seem to move on their own, I think I can hear something. A low, guttural sound, barely audible, but unmistakable. And I wonder, is it coming for me next? So I leave you with this, dear reader. If you ever find yourself in the forests of Arizona, near the Mogollon Rim, be careful. And if you hear something in the night, something that makes your blood run cold and your heart stop in your chest, don't investigate. Don't try to be brave. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. And pray that it's not already too late. Because out there in the dark, something is waiting. Something old, something hungry, something that has all the time in the world, and it remembers. Oh yes, it remembers. I don't usually talk about what happened. It's not because I don't want to. Believe me, sometimes I think telling the whole story would take the weight off. It's just that most people won't believe me. They'll nod politely, maybe laugh nervously, and then try to change the subject. But after all these years, I've decided I'll say it exactly how it happened. Maybe it'll make sense to someone else. Maybe it won't. But this is what I know. The year was 1985, late September, and I had just turned 28. My name is Jack Harland, and back then I was working a dead-end job at the Tacoma Steelworks on the outskirts of Tacoma, Washington. Every day was the same, the deafening clang of metal on metal, the acrid smell of burning slag, and the monotonous rhythm of machines that seemed to suck the life out of everything around them. I'd come home each night, my clothes reeking of sweat and steel, feeling like I was slowly being crushed under the weight of my own unfulfilled dreams. My only escape was hiking. The mountains, the woods. Those were the places I felt truly alive, away from the cold gray walls of my life. I would often take weekends to explore the Cascade Mountains, going deeper and deeper into the wild, testing my limits, pushing myself farther each time. It was during these solitary treks that I felt most like myself, most connected to something greater than the daily grind that threatened to consume me. That fateful weekend was supposed to be like any other. I had heard about this place, Lake Wenatchee, from a guy at work named Mike. He was one of those old-timers who seemed to know every hidden gem in the state. "Jack," he said to me one day during our lunch break, his voice low as if he was sharing a secret, "you ever been to Lake Wenatchee?" I shook my head, curious. Mike leaned in closer, his eyes glinting with excitement. "It's a hidden gem, I tell you. Not many people know about it, and it's perfect for camping, just you and the wilderness. No tourists, no RVs, just pure, untouched nature." That sounded like heaven to me. Solitude, peace, a break from everything. I pressed Mike for more details, and he was happy to oblige, sketching out a rough map on a napkin and telling me about the best spots to camp. "Just be careful," he added as an afterthought, his tone suddenly serious. "Nature out there, it's different. Pristine, yeah, but also, I don't know, just keep your wits about you, okay?" I nodded, not thinking much of his warning at the time. I'd been on plenty of solo hikes before. I knew how to handle myself in the wilderness, or so I thought. That Friday, I packed my gear with an excitement I hadn't felt in months. My trusty backpack was filled with all the essentials: a sturdy tent, sleeping bag, enough food for a few days, water purification tablets, first aid kit, and a few other survival items. I also threw in my old Nikon camera, hoping to capture some of the beauty Mike had described. I woke up before dawn on Friday, the anticipation making sleep impossible. The sky was just beginning to lighten as I threw my gear into my beat-up 1972 Ford F-100 pickup. The old truck had seen better days, its once vibrant blue paint now faded and chipped, but it had never let me down. As I pulled out of my driveway, the familiar rumble of the engine felt like a promise of adventure. The drive was long but scenic. I headed east on Highway 2, watching as the urban sprawl of the Seattle area gradually gave way to smaller towns, then to rolling farmland, and finally to the majestic forests of the Cascades. Endless trees stretched up into the sky, their leaves just starting to turn orange and gold, signaling the onset of fall. The morning mist clung to the valleys, creating an ethereal landscape that seemed to exist outside of time. As I drove, my mind wandered. I thought about my life, about the dreams I'd had when I was younger. I'd always imagined I'd do something more with my life than work in a steel mill. Maybe I'd be a writer or a photographer for National Geographic, capturing the world's hidden wonders. But life has a way of steering you off course, doesn't it? One compromise here, one detour there, and suddenly you're miles away from where you thought you'd be. I shook off these melancholy thoughts as I neared my destination. This weekend was about escaping all that, about reconnecting with the part of myself that still believed in possibility. I reached the trailhead Mike had described by mid-afternoon. The parking lot was little more than a wide spot in the road, with room for maybe a half-dozen cars. There were only a couple of vehicles there when I arrived, an old Jeep Wagoneer and a battered Volkswagen van that looked like it had seen its fair share of adventures. Perfect. I liked it quiet. Just me and the mountains. As I got out of my truck, I took a deep breath, savoring the crisp mountain air. It smelled of pine and earth with a hint of wood smoke from somewhere distant. The forest loomed before me, ancient and mysterious. For a moment I felt a strange sense of unease, as if the trees themselves were watching me. I brushed it off as pre-hike jitters and began to unload my gear. I strapped on my backpack, its familiar weight settling comfortably on my shoulders. I double-checked my map, an old USGS topographic map that Mike had marked up for me, and made sure my compass was easily accessible. With one last look at my truck, I set off down the trail. The hike itself wasn't too difficult, just a steady incline through thick forest. The trail was well maintained at first, but as I went deeper into the woods, it became less defined. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, making the path harder to follow. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft green glow. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then I'd hear a twig snap or leaves rustle, and I'd whirl around, half expecting to see something. But there was never anything there, just the endless sea of trees and undergrowth. I tried to focus on the beauty around me instead. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and small animals. A pair of squirrels chased each other up a massive Douglas fir, chattering angrily. A woodpecker's rhythmic tapping echoed through the trees. Once, I even caught a glimpse of a deer, its brown coat blending perfectly with the forest as it bounded away at my approach. As the afternoon wore on, the forest began to change subtly. The trees seemed to grow closer together, their trunks gnarled and twisted in ways that didn't seem quite natural. The bird songs that had accompanied me earlier faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I checked my map again, frowning. According to Mike's directions, I should be nearing the lake, but all I could see was more forest. Had I taken a wrong turn somewhere? I was about to turn back when I caught a glimmer of water through the trees ahead. Pushing through a dense thicket, I suddenly found myself on the shore of Lake Wenatchee. The sight took my breath away. The lake stretched out before me, vast and still, its surface like a mirror reflecting the surrounding mountains and the fading purple sky. The last rays of the setting sun painted the water in shades of gold and crimson. I stood there for a long moment, drinking in the view. I thought, this is why I come out here. In that moment, all the stress and frustration of my daily life seemed to melt away. I felt small in the face of such natural beauty, but also somehow more alive than I had in years. As the light began to fade, I set about making camp. I found a good spot near the shoreline, sheltered by a stand of towering cedars. I pitched my tent with practiced ease, gathered some firewood, and soon had a cheerful blaze going. Sitting by the fire, eating a simple meal of canned beans and beef jerky, I felt a deep sense of contentment. The night was clear, and as the fire died down, I leaned back to gaze at the stars. Out here, away from the city lights, the sky was a riot of stars, more than I'd ever seen before. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a river of light. That first night was peaceful. The kind of peace you can only find out there, away from people, from noise, from everything. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the wind rustle through the trees, the occasional splash of fish jumping in the lake. It was perfect. But that peace wouldn't last long. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something out there in the darkness was watching me, waiting. If only I'd known then what I know now, I would have packed up and left right then. But I didn't. And that decision would change my life forever. I woke early the next morning, just as the first light of dawn was beginning to filter through the trees. The air was crisp and cool, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. As I emerged from my tent, I was greeted by a sight that took my breath away. The lake was shrouded in a thick mist, giving it an otherworldly appearance. The surrounding mountains loomed like silent sentinels, their peaks just visible above the fog. After a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and strong black coffee, I decided to explore the area around the lake. There were old logging trails that snaked through the woods, some of them barely visible, overgrown with moss and weeds. I chose one that seemed to lead deeper into the forest, away from the lake. As I hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The forest seemed different in the daylight, but not in a comforting way. The trees grew impossibly close together, their branches intertwining in unnatural ways. The undergrowth was dense and tangled, often forcing me to push my way through. I've spent enough time in the woods to know when something's not right, but I brushed it off as paranoia. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was just alone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from the shadows between the trees. Around midday, I stumbled across something strange. The trail I had been following opened up into a small clearing, and there, half hidden by a dense thicket, stood an old cabin. It was a decrepit thing, looking like it hadn't been touched in decades. The windows were busted out, the door hung crooked on its hinges, and the roof had caved in on one side. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked closer. There were no signs of recent activity, but the place gave me a bad vibe, like I wasn't supposed to be there. The wooden walls were weathered and gray, covered in a thick layer of moss and lichen. As I approached, I noticed something odd about the ground around the cabin. The grass and weeds grew in strange patterns, forming circles and spirals that didn't seem natural. I hesitated at the threshold, every instinct telling me to turn back. But I had come this far, and something compelled me to see what was inside. I pushed open the crooked door, wincing at the loud creak of rusted hinges. The interior of the cabin was mostly empty, just a few rusted tools and a collapsed table. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the holes in the roof. The floorboards creaked ominously under my feet as I moved further inside. But then I found something that made my blood run cold. On one of the walls, there were carvings, deep jagged marks scratched into the wood. At first I couldn't make out what they were, but as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized they were symbols. Not the usual graffiti you'd find in abandoned places, but something older, more sinister. They looked like something you'd see in an old book of folklore or occult practices. I traced my fingers over the symbols, feeling the rough edges of the carvings. They seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard a faint whispering just at the edge of hearing. I jerked my hand back, suddenly aware of how silent the forest had become. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, barely noticeable under the musty odor of the cabin. But as I stood there, it grew stronger, a sickly sweet scent, like rotting meat mixed with something I couldn't identify. It seemed to be coming from beneath the floorboards. My heart racing, I backed out of the cabin. I had seen enough. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. There, half hidden in the tall grass near the cabin, was a small leather-bound book. I hesitated for a moment before picking it up. The leather was cracked and worn, the pages yellowed with age. I opened it carefully, afraid it might crumble in my hands. The pages were filled with dense, handwritten text in a language I didn't recognize. Interspersed with the writing were more of those strange symbols I had seen carved into the cabin walls. Some of the pages contained crude drawings, misshapen creatures that looked like a nightmarish blend of human and animal. I don't know why I took the book. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe some part of me knew it might be important later. Whatever the reason, I slipped it into my backpack before heading back towards my campsite. The hike back seemed to take longer than it should have. The forest felt different now, more oppressive. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. More than once, I found myself taking wrong turns, ending up in unfamiliar clearings or dense thickets. It was as if the forest itself was trying to keep me from leaving. By the time I made it back to my camp, the sun was already starting to dip below the horizon. The lake, which had seemed so peaceful the night before, now looked dark and forbidding. The surface was unnaturally still, not even a ripple disturbing its glassy surface. I built a fire, more for comfort than warmth, and tried to shake off the unease that had settled over me. As the flames flickered, casting dancing shadows across my campsite, I took out the book I had found. In the firelight, the symbols on its cover seemed to writhe and shift, as if alive. I opened it again, flipping through the pages, trying to make sense of the strange text and disturbing images. That's when I heard it. A sound that made my heart stop. It was a scream, high-pitched and terrified, cutting through the stillness of the night. It seemed to come from somewhere across the lake, in the direction I had hiked earlier that day. The sound echoed across the water, fading into an eerie silence that was somehow worse than the scream itself. I sat there, frozen, straining my ears for any further sound. But there was nothing, just the crackle of my fire and the pounding of my own heart. I debated what to do. Should I try to find the source of the scream? But it was dark, and I didn't know the area well. Plus, something in my gut told me that whatever had caused that scream was not something I wanted to encounter. I spent a restless night jumping at every sound, my mind conjuring terrifying scenarios. When dawn finally broke, I made a decision. I needed to leave this place. Something was very wrong here, and I didn't want to stick around to find out what. But as I began to pack up my camp, I realized with growing horror that things were not as I had left them. My backpack, which I was sure I had left inside my tent, was sitting outside, its contents strewn across the ground. And there, in the soft earth around my campsite, were footprints. But they weren't human footprints, nor any animal tracks I recognized. They were weird, like a mix between a man and something else. They were too large to be human and too defined to be a bear's. What chilled me to the bone was the realization that whatever had made those prints had walked right up to my tent while I slept. The tracks showed that it had stopped right at the entrance, stood there for who knows how long, and then turned back. I felt my stomach twist as I stared at those unnatural footprints. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. I should have left right then, packed up, and hiked back to the car. But something kept me there. I don't know if it was curiosity or stupidity, but I stayed. My hands shook as I gathered my scattered belongings, shoving them haphazardly into my backpack. The leather-bound book I'd found at the cabin seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, and I hesitated before packing it away. Part of me wanted to leave it behind, to sever any connection with the strangeness I'd encountered. But another part, a part I didn't fully understand, insisted I keep it close. As the morning wore on, I tried to convince myself that there was a logical explanation for everything. Maybe it was just an animal I'd never encountered before. Maybe the scream was just a bird or some other wildlife. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. That afternoon, driven by a morbid curiosity I couldn't shake, I decided to explore the far side of the lake, away from where I had gone the day before. As I hiked along the shore, the air grew thick, almost oppressive. It was like the forest itself was closing in around me, the trees leaning in, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. I could feel eyes on me again, that same sensation of being watched. But every time I stopped to look around, I saw nothing but endless trees and undergrowth. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crunch of leaves under my feet and my own ragged breathing. It was around 3 p.m. when I heard it. A scream, high-pitched and terrified, cutting through the stillness of the woods. It was the same sound I'd heard the night before, but this time it was close, maybe a few hundred yards away. My blood ran cold, and for a moment I couldn't move. Then, without thinking, I ran toward the sound. My heart pounded in my chest, and branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I burst into a clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. In the middle of the clearing lay a body, a man, face down in the dirt, his clothes torn to shreds. I approached cautiously, my whole body trembling. I knelt down, steeling myself as I rolled him over. His face, I'll never forget his face. It was twisted in horror, eyes wide open, mouth frozen mid-scream. But it wasn't just the expression that haunted me. His skin was pale, almost translucent, with strange vein-like markings spreading across his face and neck. Whatever had done this wasn't human. I stumbled back, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there. I needed to leave. But as I turned to run, I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, just barely visible in the shadows of the trees, something stood watching me. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its body lanky and distorted, like it didn't quite belong in this world. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes, they glowed. An unnatural, sickly yellow, fixed on me with a predatory intensity. It didn't move. It just watched. For a moment I couldn't breathe. My legs felt like they were made of lead. But then something inside me snapped, and I bolted. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, crashing through the trees, branches slashing at my face and arms. I didn't stop until I reached the lake. I didn't go back to camp. I didn't grab my gear. I just kept running, following the shoreline until I found the trail back to the parking lot. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my heart pounding in my chest, my lungs burning. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back at the forest. For a split second, I thought I saw a pale figure standing between the trees, those yellow eyes gleaming in the shadows. But when I blinked, it was gone. I drove straight to the nearest town, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel steady. I went directly to the sheriff's office, burst through the door, and spilled out my story in a frantic jumble of words. I told them everything about the cabin, the footprints, the body, the creature. The sheriff, a weathered man named Jim Hawkins, listened patiently, his face impassive. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Son," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind, "I've been sheriff in these parts for nigh on 30 years. I've heard all sorts of stories about those woods. Strange lights, weird sounds, people gone missing. But I've never found anything to back up those tales." I opened my mouth to protest, but he held up a hand to stop me. "Now, I'm not saying I don't believe you saw something out there. These woods, they can play tricks on a man's mind, especially when you're out there alone. But a body? A monster? That's a serious claim. We'll send a team out to investigate, but I wouldn't get your hopes up." I could tell from his tone that he didn't believe me, not really. They'd go through the motions, maybe send a couple of deputies to poke around the lake, but they wouldn't find anything. Whatever was out there, it was too smart, too otherworldly to leave evidence for the local police to find. I never went back to that lake. I never went hiking again. The memory of what I saw that day, of those glowing yellow eyes watching me from the shadows, haunted my dreams for years. A few months later, I heard about a couple of hikers who went missing in the same area. Their bodies were never found. The sheriff chalked it up to accidents, maybe a bear attack. But I knew better. Whatever I saw that day, whatever killed that man, it was still out there, lurking in the woods, waiting for its next victim. I left Tacoma not long after that. Couldn't stand to be so close to those mountains anymore. I moved east, tried to start a new life, but the memories followed me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, the echo of that inhuman scream ringing in my ears. It wasn't until years later that I finally worked up the courage to open that leather-bound book again. I'd kept it all this time, hidden away in the back of my closet. As I flipped through the yellowed pages, I began to understand bits and pieces of the text. It spoke of ancient beings, older than humanity, that slumbered in the deep places of the world. It talked about rituals to awaken them, to harness their power. And it warned of the consequences. I realized then that what I had encountered in those woods was just the tip of the iceberg. There were things out there, ancient and powerful, that defied our understanding of the world. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you might just stumble upon them. So yeah, I don't tell this story often. Most people don't believe me, and I don't blame them. It's easier to dismiss it as the ramblings of a madman than to accept that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that challenge everything we think we know. But if you ever find yourself near Lake Wenatchee, do yourself a favor. Stay away from the far side of the lake. Don't go looking for that cabin. And if you hear a scream echoing through the trees, run. Run as fast as you can. Because once you see what I saw, once it knows you're there, it won't stop until it gets what it wants. And trust me, you don't want to know what that is. It's been almost 40 years since that fateful weekend at Lake Wenatchee, but the memories haven't faded. If anything, they've grown sharper, more vivid with time. I'm an old man now, my hair gray, my hands not as steady as they once were. But my mind is as clear as ever, especially when it comes to those 3 days in September 1985. I've spent decades trying to make sense of what happened, to find some explanation that fits within the bounds of what we consider normal. I've read countless books on local legends, on cryptozoology, on the occult. I've reached out to experts in fields ranging from biology to parapsychology, but nothing quite fits. Nothing explains what I saw in those woods. The leather-bound book I took from the cabin has been both a blessing and a curse. Over the years, I've managed to decipher more of its contents, though much of it remains a mystery. It speaks of things that shake the very foundations of what I thought I knew about the world. Ancient beings, older than time itself, slumbering in the dark places of the earth. Rituals and sacrifices to awaken them, to harness their terrible power. But for every answer the book provides, it raises a dozen more questions. Who wrote it? How did they come by this knowledge? And why was it left in that dilapidated cabin in the middle of nowhere? I've thought about turning the book over to authorities, to scientists who might be able to make more sense of it. But every time I consider it, I'm held back by a deep-seated fear. What if it falls into the wrong hands? What if someone tries to use the knowledge it contains? The consequences could be catastrophic. So I keep it hidden, locked away where no one else can find it. It's my burden to bear, I suppose. My penance for stumbling into something I never should have seen. I've tried to move on with my life, to put the past behind me. I left Tacoma, moved across the country, started a new career. I even got married, had kids. But the shadow of what happened at Lake Wenatchee has always loomed over me. My wife, ex-wife now, she tried to understand, but how could she? How could anyone who wasn't there that day? Over the years, I've kept tabs on the area around Lake Wenatchee. I've collected newspaper clippings, police reports, anything I can find about strange occurrences in those woods. The missing hikers I heard about shortly after my experience weren't the last. Every few years, someone else disappears. Sometimes they're found, confused and disoriented, with no memory of where they've been. Sometimes they're never seen again. The official explanations are always the same. People get lost in the woods all the time, wild animals, accidents, but I know better. I know what's really out there. I've thought about going back, facing my fears, confronting whatever it is that lurks in those woods. But every time I consider it, I see those glowing yellow eyes in my mind, and I know I can't. I'm not the young man I once was. If I couldn't outrun it then, I certainly can't now, so I do the only thing I can. I warn people. I tell my story to anyone who will listen, hoping that maybe, just maybe, I can prevent someone else from stumbling into the same nightmare I did. Most people don't believe me, of course. They smile politely, maybe humor the old man for a while, but I can see it in their eyes. They think I'm crazy or senile or both. But every once in a while, I see a flicker of recognition in someone's eyes. A hint of fear, quickly masked. And I wonder, have they seen it too? Are there others out there who have encountered the things that lurk in the shadows of Lake Wenatchee? I may never know the full truth of what happened to me all those years ago. I may never understand the nature of the creature I saw, or the significance of the symbols in that old cabin. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. And I know that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk just beyond the edge of our understanding. So if you're ever in the Pacific Northwest, if you ever find yourself drawn to the pristine waters of Lake Wenatchee, remember my story. Remember that sometimes the most beautiful places hide the darkest secrets. And if you hear a scream echoing through the trees, if you feel eyes watching you from the shadows, don't hesitate. Don't let curiosity get the better of you. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because once you've seen what's out there, once it knows you're aware of its existence, it will never stop hunting you. And trust me, there are some things in this world that are better left undiscovered. As for me, I'm an old man now. My adventuring days are long behind me, but sometimes on dark nights when the wind howls outside my window, I find myself back in those woods. I feel the oppressive silence, smell the dank odor of that old cabin, see those terrifying yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. And I wonder, is it still out there? Is it waiting? And what will happen when there's no one left who remembers, no one left to warn others of the danger? I suppose in the end, that's why I'm finally telling this story in full. Not because I expect you to believe me, but because I hope that maybe, just maybe, it might save someone else from the fate I narrowly escaped. Because the truth is out there, hidden in the shadows of Lake Wenatchee. And sometimes, the truth is more terrifying than we could ever imagine. The phone rang at 11:37 on a Tuesday night in March 2018. I remember the exact time because I was staring at the clock on my nightstand, unable to drift off after another long day of property management headaches. When you own 17 rental properties across 3 counties, calls at odd hours come with the territory. Burst pipes, power outages, drunk tenants locked out in their underwear. I'd heard it all. But the voice on the other end wasn't slurred with alcohol or irritated about a broken air conditioner. It was shaking with genuine terror. "Mr. Thompson, this is Jeremy Walsh. My wife and I were staying at your cabin up on Ridgemont Trail. We need you to come up here, right now." I sat up in bed, already mentally cataloging what could go wrong at the old Ridgemont property. Built in 1953 by some lumber baron's son, the cabin had been a headache since I'd inherited it from my uncle 3 years prior. The electrical system was temperamental. The plumbing groaned like a wounded animal, and the foundation had settled unevenly, causing doors to swing open on their own. "What's the problem, Jeremy? Is someone hurt?" "No. We're okay physically, but something's not right up here. Really not right. My wife won't even come near the windows anymore. She's been crying for 2 hours straight." I rubbed my temples. In my experience, city people renting mountain cabins fell into 2 categories: those who complained about every spider and creaky board, and those who romanticized roughing it until reality hit. The Walshes, a young couple from the suburbs who'd booked the cabin for a week-long retreat, seemed like they might be the former type. "Jeremy, I know the place can seem a bit isolated at night. The sounds of the forest can be—" "This isn't about forest sounds," his voice cracked. "There are things moving out there, watching us, and the sounds, God, the sounds they're making aren't natural." Something in his tone made me pause. I'd been in the rental business long enough to distinguish between garden-variety nervousness and genuine distress. Jeremy Walsh wasn't complaining about rough accommodations or asking for his money back. He was terrified. "Okay," I said, swinging my legs out of bed. "I'll head up there. Give me about 45 minutes. "Thank you," he whispered. "Please hurry. And maybe bring someone with you. I don't think you should come alone." The line went dead before I could ask what he meant. The drive to Ridgemont Trail was one I'd made dozens of times, but never this late at night. My headlights carved through the darkness as the suburban sprawl gave way to farmland, then to the twisting mountain roads lined with towering pines. The radio crackled with static as I climbed higher, the signal from the valley stations growing weaker until only white noise filled the truck cab. I'd considered bringing my brother-in-law, Pete, as Jeremy had suggested, but Pete lived an hour in the wrong direction, and something about the panic in the young man's voice had made me feel like time was critical. Besides, I knew every inch of that property. If there was a problem, I was the best person to assess it. The Ridgemont property sat at the end of a quarter-mile dirt road that branched off from the main Forest Service route. During the day, it was a picturesque drive through old-growth timber. At night, the overhanging branches created a tunnel of impenetrable shadows that seemed to swallow my headlight beams. I rolled down the windows, expecting to hear the familiar symphony of nighttime forest life. Owls calling, small creatures rustling through the underbrush, the distant yip of coyotes. Instead, I heard nothing. The silence was so complete it felt oppressive, like a physical weight pressing against my eardrums. I'd spent countless hours in these woods, maintaining the cabin and the trails that crisscrossed the property. Even on the stillest nights, there was always some sound. Wind through the branches, the scurry of nocturnal animals, the settling of old trees. This absolute quiet was wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. I parked behind Jeremy's silver sedan, noting how they'd positioned the car close to the cabin's front steps rather than in the designated parking area 30 feet away. The headlights illuminated the cabin's weathered facade, casting stark shadows that made the building look more rundown than usual. Paint peeled from the siding in long strips, and several of the window shutters hung at odd angles. Before getting out, I tried calling Jeremy's cell phone to let them know I'd arrived. The call wouldn't connect. I checked my signal, no bars. That wasn't unusual up here, but it added another layer of unease to the situation. The moment I stepped out of the truck, The hair on my arms stood up. The air felt charged, like the moments before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. Stars were visible through the canopy gaps, sharp and bright in the mountain air. The temperature had dropped significantly since I'd left the valley, and my breath came out in visible puffs. But it wasn't the cold that made me shiver. The cabin looked different in the darkness, more sinister than the rustic retreat I marketed to potential renters. Every shadow seemed deeper, every angle sharper. The wraparound porch, usually charming in daylight, now resembled a mouth with missing teeth. Several boards had rotted through over the winter, creating black gaps I hadn't noticed during my last inspection. As I approached the front steps, something crunched under my feet. I looked down and saw scattered pieces of what looked like bird bones, small and delicate, arranged in a rough circle around the porch's perimeter. That was odd. I'd never seen anything like that before, not in all my years coming to this property. The front door stood slightly ajar, yellow light spilling out into the night. Through the gap I could hear hushed voices, Jeremy and his wife Michelle, having what sounded like an urgent, whispered conversation. I raised my hand to knock, but the door swung open wider at my approach. "Mr. Thompson." Jeremy's face appeared in the doorway, pale and drawn. He looked like he'd aged years since I'd last seen him during the check-in process 3 days earlier. His dark hair was disheveled, and there were deep circles under his eyes. "Thank God you're here." He practically dragged me inside, quickly shutting and locking the door behind us. I heard him slide the security chain into place, then check the lock twice more. The cabin's main room was exactly as I'd left it. Rustic furniture arranged around a stone fireplace, knotty pine walls decorated with vintage photographs of the area, a small kitchenette in the corner. But something felt off about the space, though I couldn't immediately identify what. Michelle Walsh sat curled in one corner of the leather sofa, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders despite the warmth from the fireplace. She looked up when I entered, and I was shocked by her appearance. Like her husband, she seemed to have aged dramatically in just 3 days. Her blonde hair hung limp and unwashed, and her hands shook as she lifted a mug of what smelled like chamomile tea. "Michelle," I said gently, taking a seat across from them. "Jeremy tells me you're having some kind of trouble up here." She let out a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. Trouble. That's one way to put it. Jeremy sat beside his wife, taking her free hand in both of his. "It started the first night," he said. "We thought it was just, adjustment to being somewhere new. Different sounds and all that. But it's gotten worse each night." "What exactly have you been experiencing?" The couple exchanged a look that held entire conversations. Finally, Michelle spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Footsteps around the cabin, walking back and forth all night long, but not like an animal. They're too regular, too purposeful, like someone pacing. And scratching," Jeremy added. "Something scratching at the walls, particularly around the windows. Long, deliberate scrapes like fingernails on wood." I nodded, mentally noting that the cabin's exterior walls were old cedar that might naturally contract and expand with temperature changes, creating scratching sounds. "Anything else?" Michelle's hands tightened around her mug. "The shadows, things moving between the trees that aren't right, too tall, moving too fast, and they seem to know when we're watching. They'll stop moving if we look directly at them. But as soon as we turn away..." "Last night," Jeremy interrupted, "something threw rocks at the cabin. Not small pebbles, good-sized stones that hit the walls hard enough to shake the whole building. But when I went out this morning to look, there weren't any rocks on the ground around the cabin, nothing that could have made those sounds." I was beginning to form a theory about what might be happening. Mountain properties were notorious for attracting transients and drug users looking for isolated places to camp or set up temporary operations. The Ridgemont cabin sat on 47 acres of dense forest with dozens of natural clearings perfect for hidden camps. It wouldn't be the first time squatters had tried to intimidate legitimate renters into leaving. "Have you seen any actual people? Signs of campsites or drug activity?" "No people," Michelle said quickly. "That's what makes it so terrifying. We keep seeing movement, hearing sounds that could only come from something intelligent, but we never see what's causing it. Jeremy stood and walked to one of the front windows, careful to stay to one side of the frame. "Come here," he said. "Look at this, but don't stand directly in front of the glass." I joined him at the window, peering out into the darkness. The view showed the cabin's front yard sloping down toward the tree line about 50 yards away. My truck and their car were visible in the ambient starlight, but beyond that, everything disappeared into impenetrable shadow. "Watch the trees along the edge," Jeremy whispered. "Just watch and wait." We stood there for several minutes in silence. I was about to suggest that fear and isolation might be playing tricks on their imagination when I saw it. A subtle shift in the darkness between two large pine trees. Something tall and pale moved from one trunk to another with fluid, unnatural speed. "Did you see that?" Michelle had joined us at the window, her voice tight with fear. I had seen something, but I wasn't ready to admit it might be supernatural. "Could be a deer," I said, though even as the words left my mouth I knew they didn't ring true. The movement had been too deliberate, too controlled, or maybe someone camping illegally on the property. But even as I offered rational explanations, a chill was spreading through my chest. Whatever I'd seen move between those trees hadn't looked like any deer I'd ever encountered. "We need to call the police," Michelle said, backing away from the window. "I don't care if it sounds crazy. Something is stalking us." I pulled out my cell phone, confirming what I already knew. "No signal up here. There's a landline in the kitchen, but the service has been spotty lately." I walked to the old rotary phone mounted on the wall next to the refrigerator. The handset buzzed with static when I lifted it, but no dial tone. "The phone worked when we first got here," Jeremy said. "Michelle called her sister on Sunday to let her know we'd arrived safely. That was concerning." Phone service to the cabin ran through a single line that connected to the main grid about 2 miles down the mountain. If someone wanted to isolate the property, cutting that line would be their first move. "I'm going to check the phone connection outside," I told them. "The junction box is on the north side of the building." "Don't go out there alone," Michelle pleaded. "Please, whatever's out there, it's been waiting for someone to leave the cabin." Her fear was contagious, but I forced myself to think practically. If there were people on my property intimidating my tenants, I needed to document it and get law enforcement involved. And if there was nothing out there but overactive imaginations and natural forest sounds, the sooner I could demonstrate that, the better for everyone. "I'll just be gone for a minute," I said, pulling a heavy flashlight from my emergency kit. "Keep the doors locked and don't open them for anyone but me." The north side of the cabin faced deeper into the woods, where the tree line came within 20 feet of the building. The phone junction box was mounted about 7 feet up on the wall, encased in a metal housing that had seen better days. I approached it carefully, sweeping my flashlight beam across the surrounding area. The phone line had been cut, not damaged by weather or fallen branches, but deliberately severed with what looked like wire cutters or a sharp blade. The cut was clean and recent, probably within the last day or two, based on the lack of oxidation on the exposed copper wires. This changed everything. Whatever was happening at the cabin wasn't psychological or supernatural. It was very human, very deliberate, and very illegal. Someone was systematically terrorizing my tenants, and they'd taken steps to prevent communication with the outside world. I was examining the cut wires more closely when I heard footsteps behind me. They were soft but distinct, the sound of someone trying to move quietly through the pine needles and fallen leaves. I spun around, my flashlight beam sweeping across the tree line. For a moment I saw nothing but vertical trunks and dark shadows. Then something moved. About 30 yards into the trees, a pale figure darted from behind one trunk to another. It moved with inhuman speed and fluidity, covering the distance in what seemed like a single bound. My light only caught it for a fraction of a second, but what I saw made my mouth go dry. It was roughly human-shaped, but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at impossible angles, and the way it moved, not running or walking, but flowing like liquid through the forest. I backed toward the cabin, keeping my light trained on the spot where I'd last seen the figure. My hand fumbled for the door handle, and I realized I was breathing in short, sharp gasps. This wasn't a squatter or drug user trying to scare away renters. This was something else entirely, something that defied rational explanation. The door opened before I could find the handle. Jeremy grabbed my arm and pulled me inside, slamming the door shut behind me. "What did you see?" he demanded. "Your face, you look like you've seen a ghost." "The phone line's been cut," I managed to say. "Someone deliberately severed it." Michelle made a small, frightened sound. "So we can't call for help." "Not from here," I confirmed. "But if we can get back to the main road, we can flag down another vehicle or drive to the ranger station." "No," Jeremy said immediately. "We're not going back out there. Not tonight. We can't just sit here and wait for whatever's out there to—" A sound from outside cut me off. It started as a low scratching against the cabin's walls, like fingernails dragging across wood. The sound moved slowly around the perimeter of the building, stopping occasionally before continuing. We could track its progress by the creaking of old boards and the subtle vibration that traveled through the floor. Michelle pressed herself against Jeremy, both of them staring at the walls as if they could see through them. The scratching sound reached the front of the cabin and stopped directly outside the main window. For several seconds there was complete silence. Then something began tapping on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. 3 deliberate strikes, followed by a pause, then 3 more. The pattern repeated with mechanical precision, like a signal or code. Whatever was making the sound knew we were inside, knew we were listening, and wanted us to know it was there. "It's toying with us," Michelle whispered. "It knows we're trapped." The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by a different sound, a low, rhythmic scratching that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. Something was moving around the entire cabin, dragging claws or fingernails across every surface it could reach. I forced myself to approach the window, staying to one side as Jeremy had shown me earlier. The glass was old and slightly warped, making it difficult to see clearly, but I could make out movement in the darkness beyond. Multiple shapes were circling the cabin, pale forms that seemed to glide rather than walk. "There's more than one," I said, my voice barely audible. Jeremy joined me at the window. "How many?" I counted at least 4 distinct figures moving through the shadows, but there might have been more. They maintained a consistent distance from the cabin, staying just at the edge of the yard where the darkness was deepest. Their movements were coordinated, almost choreographed, like a pack of predators surrounding prey. "This is impossible," I muttered. "This can't be happening." But even as I said it, I knew that what I was witnessing was real. The evidence was undeniable. The cut phone line, the coordinated stalking behavior, the inhuman movements of whatever was circling the cabin. My rational mind kept searching for explanations, but every theory I considered fell apart under the weight of what I was actually seeing. The scratching sounds intensified, becoming a constant scraping symphony that seemed to vibrate through the cabin's very foundation. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the sounds had been. We waited in that suffocating silence for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Every small sound, the settling of floorboards, the whisper of wind through the eaves, the distant pop of cooling embers in the fireplace, made us jump. Michelle had retreated to the far corner of the room, clutching a kitchen knife she'd found in one of the drawers. Jeremy stood guard at the front window while I checked the other windows, searching for any sign of movement in the darkness beyond. "Maybe they're gone," Jeremy said hopefully. "Maybe whatever they wanted, they got tired of waiting and left." I didn't share his optimism. Everything about this situation felt orchestrated, purposeful. The systematic intimidation, the cut phone line, the coordinated stalking behavior, someone or something had gone to considerable effort to isolate and terrorize us. They wouldn't simply give up and disappear into the night. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," I said, settling into one of the wooden chairs near the fireplace. "Jeremy, you said this started 3 days ago. Tell me exactly what happened each night." He sat across from me, keeping his voice low as if speaking too loudly might attract unwanted attention. The first night, Sunday, we didn't notice anything unusual until we went to bed. Around midnight, we started hearing footsteps on the front porch. Slow, deliberate steps like someone pacing back and forth. It went on for about an hour, then stopped. "Did you investigate? Look outside." I thought about it, but Michelle convinced me not to. She said it might be a bear or something and we shouldn't provoke it. He glanced at his wife, who was still huddled in the corner. The next morning, I checked the porch for tracks or signs of what had been there. I found scuff marks on the wooden planks, but they were strange, too long to be from boots or animal paws, and they had an odd pattern, like something had been dragging its feet. What about Monday night? That's when things escalated. The footsteps returned, but this time they circled the entire cabin. We could hear them moving around the perimeter, stopping at each window for several minutes before moving on. And there were other sounds, tapping on the walls, scratching at the doors, and this low humming noise that seemed to come from multiple directions. Michelle finally spoke from her corner. "It wasn't random," she said, her voice hollow with exhaustion. "The sounds, the movements, they were coordinated, like whatever was out there was conducting some kind of surveillance, learning about the cabin, about us. Yesterday, Tuesday, was the worst yet," Jeremy continued. "The sounds started earlier, around sunset, but this time, we saw them. Shapes moving between the trees, always at the edge of our vision. And they seemed to know when we were watching. If we looked directly at them, they would freeze, but the moment we turned away or blinked, they would dart to new positions." I absorbed this information, trying to form a coherent picture of what they were describing. The escalating pattern of harassment, the apparent intelligence behind the actions, the coordinated behavior. It all pointed to human involvement, but the physical descriptions didn't fit. No person could move with the speed and fluidity Jeremy and Michelle described, and the pale, elongated figures they claimed to see didn't match any known transient or drug user demographics. "There's something else," Michelle said, standing up and walking to the kitchen area. She returned with a manila folder. "We found this yesterday morning, slipped under the front door." She handed me the folder, and I opened it with trembling fingers. Inside were photographs. Dozens of them, all taken with a telephoto lens from various positions around the property. They showed Jeremy and Michelle engaged in mundane activities, cooking breakfast, reading on the porch, walking the trails around the cabin. But what made my stomach clench was the timestamp on each photo. They had been taken not over the course of their 3-day stay, but during a single day, Tuesday, just yesterday. Someone had been watching them constantly, documenting their every move with professional-grade equipment. The angles and positioning of the shots indicated multiple photographers or someone who had moved with incredible speed to capture images from so many different locations in such a short time frame. "This proves it," I said, my voice tight with anger and fear. "Someone is deliberately stalking you. This isn't random harassment, it's organized, systematic." Jeremy nodded grimly. "But who? And why us? We're just a normal couple from the suburbs. We don't have enemies. We don't owe anyone money. We've never been involved in anything that would make us targets." "It might not be personal," I said, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. "Maybe whoever is doing this targets anyone who stays at the cabin. Maybe they want to drive away renters so they can use the property for their own purposes." But even as I offered this theory, I knew it didn't fully explain what we were dealing with. The photographs showed a level of obsession that went beyond simple property disputes. Someone had invested significant time, effort, and resources into terrorizing Jeremy and Michelle specifically. A sound from outside interrupted my thoughts. A low, rhythmic scraping that seemed to be coming from the cabin's roof. We all looked up at the ceiling, following the sound as it moved from one end of the building to the other. "Something's on the roof," Michelle whispered. The scraping continued for several minutes, accompanied by occasional thuds and creaks from the old rafters. Then we heard something that made my blood freeze in my veins, a sound like fingernails scratching against metal, coming from the direction of the chimney. Smoke began pouring into the room from the fireplace, thick and acrid. Whatever was on the roof had blocked the chimney flue, causing the fire to back up into the cabin. I rushed to the fireplace and began smothering the flames with the poker and screen, but not before the smoke had filled the room and sent us all into coughing fits. "They're trying to smoke us out," Jeremy said, his voice hoarse. "They want us to leave the cabin. Or they want us unconscious," Michelle added grimly. "Smoke inhalation can kill people." I managed to extinguish the fire, but smoke continued to pour from the blocked chimney. We opened windows to ventilate the room, but that also eliminated our barrier between us and whatever was stalking us outside. The night air that flowed through the windows carried with it the scent of pine needles and something else, a musky organic smell that I couldn't identify. "We can't stay here much longer," I said, fighting back another coughing fit. "If they've blocked the chimney, they might cut off other systems too. Gas, electricity, water." As if summoned by my words, the lights flickered once, then went out completely. Emergency lighting kicked in automatically, casting the cabin in a dim red glow that made everything look hellish and surreal. Through the open windows, we could hear movement in the darkness, footsteps, rustling branches, and that low humming sound Michelle had described. "They're closing in," Jeremy said. "Whatever they want, I think they're done waiting." I checked my watch, 2:47 a.m. We'd been trapped in the cabin for over 3 hours, and our situation was deteriorating rapidly. The smoke was making it difficult to think clearly, and our mysterious stalkers seemed to be preparing for some kind of final assault. "We need to make a break for the vehicles," I said, though the idea terrified me. "If we can reach my truck, we might be able to outrun them." "What if they've disabled the vehicles?" Michelle asked. "What if this is exactly what they want, to force us outside where they can get to us?" She was right to be concerned. Anyone sophisticated enough to coordinate the harassment we'd witnessed would certainly think to sabotage our means of escape. But staying in the cabin was becoming untenable. The smoke was getting thicker despite our efforts to ventilate, and I suspected our tormentors had more tricks planned to make the building uninhabitable. "I'll check the vehicles first," I said, moving toward the front window. "If they look intact, we make a run for it. If not, we find another way out." I peered through the glass, trying to see my truck in the dim starlight. It was still parked where I'd left it, about 30 feet from the cabin's front steps. From this angle, I couldn't see any obvious signs of damage, but that didn't mean the engine hadn't been sabotaged. Movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. Something pale and elongated was standing at the edge of the tree line, just visible in the ambient light. As I watched, 2 more figures emerged from the forest, taking positions on either side of the first. They stood perfectly still, like statues, facing the cabin. "They're watching us," I reported to the others. 3 of them, maybe more, positioned between us and the vehicles. "What do they look like?" Jeremy asked, joining me at the window. I studied the figures more carefully, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. They were definitely humanoid, but wrong in subtle ways that made my skin crawl. Too tall, too thin, with proportions that seemed off. Their pale skin seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, and they stood with an unnatural stillness that no human could maintain. "I don't know," I admitted. "They look like people, but they're not," Michelle finished. "We figured that out yesterday. Whatever they are, they're not human." As we watched, one of the figures raised what might have been an arm and pointed directly at our window. The gesture was unmistakably threatening, a clear message that they knew we were watching them. Then all 3 figures began moving toward the cabin with that same fluid, unnatural gait I'd witnessed earlier. They covered the distance with impossible speed, reaching the edge of the yard in seconds. "Get away from the window," I hissed, pulling Jeremy back into the room's interior. The front door began rattling in its frame, as if something was testing the locks. The sound of scratching resumed on the walls, but now it was closer, more intense. Our mysterious stalkers had decided that the waiting game was over. It was time for the final confrontation. The assault on the cabin intensified with mechanical precision. The rattling at the front door was joined by similar sounds at the back entrance and the side door that led from the kitchen to a small storage shed. Windows began vibrating in their frames as something scratched at the glass, and the scraping sounds on the walls grew so loud they seemed to echo inside my skull. "The bedroom," Michelle said, pointing toward the back of the cabin. "There's a window that faces the Forest Service road. Maybe we can get out that way." We gathered what few supplies we could carry, my flashlight, the kitchen knife Michelle had claimed, and the folder of photographs that might serve as evidence if we survived to present it to authorities. The emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red shadows as we made our way through the smoke-filled cabin toward the back bedroom. The bedroom window was old and warped, painted shut years ago and never reopened. I struggled with the latch while Jeremy and Michelle kept watch at the door. The scratching sounds outside grew more frantic, as if our stalkers sensed we were trying to escape. "Hurry," Jeremy urged. "Something's trying to break down the front door." I could hear it too, a rhythmic pounding that was causing the entire cabin to shake. The door was solid oak, installed when the cabin was built in the 1950s. But even the sturdiest barriers have their limits. The window latch finally gave way with a sharp crack, and I managed to raise the sash a few inches before it stuck again. The gap was barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but it was our only option. Cold mountain air flowed into the room, carrying with it the scent of pine and that strange musky odor I'd noticed earlier. "Michelle first," I said, helping her climb onto the windowsill. She was small and agile, able to wriggle through the narrow opening with relative ease. She dropped to the ground outside and immediately pressed herself against the cabin's exterior wall. Jeremy was next, though his larger frame made the process more difficult. I had to help push him through the opening while he pulled himself forward with his arms. He landed hard on the other side but seemed uninjured. As I prepared to follow them, the pounding at the front door reached a crescendo. I heard the crack of splintering wood followed by Michelle's terrified scream from outside. "They're here," she called through the window. "They're surrounding the cabin." I dove headfirst through the window opening, scraping my chest and arms on the rough wood as I forced myself through. I landed in a painful heap on the pine needles and forest debris that carpeted the ground behind the cabin. The scene that greeted me was something out of a nightmare. At least 6 figures stood in a loose circle around the building, their pale forms clearly visible against the dark forest. They were even more disturbing up close than they had been from inside the cabin. Each one stood nearly 7 feet tall, with impossibly thin limbs that seemed to bend at wrong angles. Their skin had a translucent quality that made them appear to glow from within, and their faces, God help me, their faces were the worst part. They had the basic structure of human features, eyes, nose, mouth, but everything was stretched and distorted, like a photograph that had been manipulated by someone with a cruel sense of humor. Their eyes were too large and too dark, their noses mere slits in their elongated skulls, their mouths lipless gaps that revealed rows of needle-sharp teeth. But what made them truly terrifying wasn't their alien appearance. It was the intelligence in those oversized eyes. These weren't mindless beasts or hallucinations brought on by smoke inhalation. They were thinking, planning, communicating with each other through subtle gestures and movements that suggested a sophisticated social structure. "Don't move," I whispered to Jeremy and Michelle, who had frozen against the cabin wall beside me. "Don't make any sudden movements." The creatures, I couldn't think of them as anything else now, turned their attention toward us with slow, predatory grace. One of them, slightly larger than the others, took a step forward and tilted its head at an impossible angle, studying us with the detached curiosity of a scientist examining specimens. It opened its mouth and made a sound that was almost like human speech, but wrong in every possible way. The words, if they were words, seemed to bypass my ears entirely and resonate directly in my brain. I couldn't understand the meaning, but the tone was unmistakably threatening. The other creatures responded with similar vocalizations, creating a bizarre chorus of not quite human sounds. They began moving again, closing the circle around us with deliberate slowness. They weren't rushing to attack. They were savoring the moment, enjoying our terror. "The truck," Jeremy whispered, so quietly I could barely hear him. "If we can reach the truck." He was right. My pickup was parked about 40 yards away, on the other side of the cabin. If we could get to it and the engine hadn't been sabotaged, we might have a chance. But that meant running directly through the circle of creatures, and I had serious doubts about our ability to outrun something that could move as fast as these things had demonstrated. The largest creature took another step forward, and made a gesture with one of its elongated arms. The movement was fluid and graceful, like a dancer or gymnast, but there was something predatory about it that made my stomach clench with fear. That's when I noticed something that chilled me even more than their alien appearance. They were using tools. Several of the creatures carried what looked like crude spears or clubs, fashioned from tree branches and shaped with obvious intelligence and purpose. Others had what appeared to be nets made from twisted vines and plant fibers. This wasn't random animal behavior. It was organized hunting. "We're prey," I realized, the words slipping out before I could stop them. The creatures seemed to understand English, or at least recognize the tone of resignation in my voice. Several of them made what might have been laughing sounds, harsh, guttural noises that held no trace of human humor. The circle was tightening. We had maybe 30 seconds before they would be close enough to use their weapons. I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. "Run," I said. "Now. Split up and run." Jeremy and Michelle took off in different directions, crashing through the underbrush toward the front of the cabin where the vehicles waited. I ran straight into the forest, hoping to draw some of the creatures away from the young couple. The plan worked better than I dared hope. 3 of the creatures peeled off to pursue me while the others gave chase to Jeremy and Michelle. I could hear them behind me, moving through the forest with that impossible fluid grace, barely disturbing the vegetation as they ran. I crashed through branches and stumbled over fallen logs, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I tried to navigate the treacherous terrain. The creatures pursuing me could have caught me easily. I knew that with absolute certainty, but they seemed content to herd me deeper into the forest, away from the cabin and any hope of escape. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I found myself in a small clearing about a quarter-mile from the cabin. My lungs burned from exertion and smoke inhalation, and my legs felt like rubber. I couldn't run any farther. The 3 creatures emerged from the tree line around the clearing's perimeter, taking positions that blocked every potential escape route. They moved with coordinated precision, like soldiers executing a well-rehearsed maneuver. I was trapped, alone, and completely at their mercy. The largest of my pursuers stepped into the clearing and approached to within 10 feet of where I stood, gasping for breath. Up close, I could see details that made my sanity feel like it was balanced on a knife's edge. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was covered in a network of fine, dark veins that pulsed with some kind of internal fluid. Its elongated fingers ended in claws that looked capable of tearing through flesh and bone, and its eyes, those horrible, oversized eyes, reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's, but held an intelligence that was unmistakably sentient. It spoke again, those not quite words that seemed to resonate in my mind rather than my ears. This time, impossibly, I thought I understood fragments of meaning, curiosity, satisfaction, ownership. They had been watching the cabin for longer than Jeremy and Michelle's 3-day stay. These creatures had claimed the property as their territory, and they viewed any human presence as an intrusion to be eliminated. The systematic harassment, the photographs, the careful escalation, it had all been designed to study us, to understand how we would react under pressure. We had been laboratory subjects in some kind of twisted behavioral experiment. The creature reached into what might have been a pouch or fold in its skin and withdrew something that made my heart stop, a camera. Not a crude tool fashioned from forest materials, but a sophisticated digital device that looked disturbingly familiar. It was my camera, the one I kept in the cabin for documenting property damage and maintenance issues. These creatures had been inside the cabin, probably multiple times, studying our belongings and learning about us long before they'd made their presence known. The creature held up the camera and made that almost laughing sound again. It was mocking me, showing me how completely they had violated our privacy and security. Then it did something that shattered the last vestiges of my rational worldview. It spoke in perfect, unaccented English. "You trespass on our land," it said, its voice like gravel scraping against glass. "You build your structures in our hunting grounds. You bring others of your kind to disturb our peace." I tried to speak, to explain that I owned the property legally, that these mountains belonged to humans, not whatever these creatures were. But no sound emerged from my throat except a strangled wheeze. "We have been patient," it continued. "We have tried to make you understand that you are not welcome. But you persist in your intrusion." One of the other creatures approached and handed something to the speaker. More photographs. These ones showing me during previous visits to the cabin. They had been watching me for months, maybe years, documenting my activities just as thoroughly as they had Jeremy and Michelle's. "Tonight we make our message clear," the creature said, raising one of its clawed hands. "Tonight we reclaim what is ours." The creature's claws glinted in my flashlight beam as it stepped closer. But before it could strike, a sound from the direction of the cabin made it pause. A car engine was turning over, coughing and sputtering in the cold mountain air. Jeremy and Michelle had reached one of the vehicles. All three creatures turned toward the sound, their attention momentarily diverted from me. It was the only chance I would get. I lunged sideways, diving behind a fallen log as the creature spun back toward me with inhuman speed. Claws raked across the bark where I'd been standing a split second earlier, gouging deep furrows in the wood. I rolled to my feet on the other side of the log and ran toward the sound of the engine, crashing through undergrowth with abandon. Behind me, I could hear the creatures pursuing, but they seemed confused by my sudden movement. Their coordination had been disrupted by the distraction from the cabin, and I had gained precious seconds of lead time. The forest became a blur of dark shapes and grasping branches as I ran toward what I hoped was salvation. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin, and low-hanging branches struck my face and shoulders. But I didn't slow down. The alternative to escaping was too horrible to contemplate. I burst from the tree line just as Jeremy's sedan lurched into motion, gravel spraying from its rear tires. Michelle was behind the wheel, her face pale with terror in the glow of the dashboard lights. Jeremy sat in the passenger seat, frantically waving for me to hurry. "Get in," he shouted through the open window. But the creatures were already emerging from the forest behind me, moving with that fluid grace that covered ground at impossible speed. I would never make it to the car before they caught me. "Go," I shouted back. "Drive. Don't wait for me." Michelle hesitated for a crucial second, torn between self-preservation and the instinct to help. That hesitation nearly cost all our lives. Two of the creatures reached the edge of the yard, positioning themselves between me and the car. I changed direction, sprinting toward my truck instead. The keys were still in my pocket, and if I could reach the vehicle before the creatures intercepted me, I might have a chance. The truck's door handle felt like salvation under my desperate fingers. I yanked it open and threw myself behind the wheel, slamming the door just as claws scraped against the passenger side window. The engine turned over on the first try, a minor miracle considering the truck's age and the cold mountain air. In my rearview mirror, I saw Jeremy's sedan accelerating down the dirt road toward the main highway. Two of the creatures were pursuing it on foot, running alongside the vehicle with ease despite its increasing speed. But they didn't seem interested in stopping the car. They were herding it, making sure it continued moving away from their territory. The creature at my passenger window was trying to break the glass, striking it with calculated blows from its clawed fists. Spiderweb cracks were spreading across the surface, and I knew the barrier wouldn't hold much longer. I threw the truck into reverse and floored the accelerator, backing away from the cabin at dangerous speed. The creature pursuing me had to dive aside to avoid being struck, giving me the opening I needed to turn the vehicle around and follow Jeremy's sedan toward the main road. But as I reached the point where the dirt drive met the Forest Service highway, I realized we weren't safe yet. More creatures were emerging from the woods on both sides of the road, at least a dozen of them, forming a gauntlet we would have to run to reach civilization. Jeremy's sedan was already committed to the passage, weaving between the pale forms that darted toward it from the shadows. I could see Michelle's terrified face in the rear window as creatures leaped at the car, their claws scraping against metal and glass. I followed them into the gauntlet, using my truck's greater size and weight as a battering ram. One creature that moved too slowly disappeared under my front bumper with a sickening crunch, but the others seemed to learn from its mistake, timing their approaches more carefully. A creature landed on my hood with a sound like thunder, its face pressed against my windshield. Its oversized eyes stared directly into mine with malevolent intelligence as it raised its clawed hand to strike the glass. I swerved hard to the left, then right, trying to dislodge it, but its grip was too strong. The windshield began to crack under its assault. In desperation, I aimed the truck directly at a large pine tree, hoping to scrape the creature off. At the last moment, I swerved aside, but the creature's momentum carried it into the trunk with a wet impact that sent it tumbling into the underbrush. The road ahead was clear now, Jeremy's sedan already out of sight around a curve. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the nightmare I was leaving behind. It wasn't until I reached the valley floor, with its street lights and 24-hour gas stations, that I began to believe I might actually survive. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer, and every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. I found Jeremy and Michelle at a truck stop about 10 miles from the base of the mountain, their sedan parked under the fluorescent glow of the overhead lights. Michelle was on the phone with someone, police I hoped, while Jeremy paced back and forth beside their car. When they saw my truck approaching, the relief on their faces was obvious. But as I parked and climbed out of the vehicle, I could see the same haunted expression in their eyes that I knew was reflected in my own. "Are you hurt?" Jeremy asked, noticing the scratches on my face and arms. "Nothing serious," I replied, though I suspected the psychological wounds would take much longer to heal. "What about you two?" "Physically, we're fine," Michelle said, hanging up the phone. "That was the sheriff's department. They're sending units to the cabin to investigate." I almost laughed at the futility of that response. What were local law enforcement officers going to find? Claw marks on trees? Broken windows? Without the creatures themselves as evidence, our story would sound like the ravings of people who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. "They won't find anything," I said. "Those things, whatever they are, they're too intelligent to leave obvious traces." "What do you think they were?" Michelle asked. "I mean, they couldn't have been human, but they weren't animals either." I thought about the creature that had spoken to me in the forest. Its perfect English, and its claim to ownership of the mountain. About the cameras and photographs that indicated years of observation and planning. About the coordinated hunting behavior and the sophisticated tools. "I don't know," I admitted, "but they've been living on that mountain longer than we have, much longer." Jeremy kicked at the gravel parking lot surface. "What do we do now? Do we go back? Do we try to document what happened?" The thought of returning to the cabin filled me with existential dread. But I also knew that questions would be asked, insurance claims would need to be filed, and law enforcement would expect cooperation with their investigation. "Not tonight," I said. "Tonight we find a motel room and try to process what happened. Tomorrow we figure out how to explain this to people who weren't there." But even as I said it, I knew that no explanation would ever be sufficient. Some experiences transcend the ability of language to convey them. Some truths are too large and terrible to fit into the comfortable boundaries of everyday life. The creatures in the forest had let us go, not because they couldn't have stopped us, but because they had made their point. The mountain belonged to them, and they would tolerate no further intrusion. The message had been received, loud and clear. The sheriff's deputies found nothing. I wasn't surprised when Deputy Martinez called me the next afternoon to report their findings. They had discovered evidence of forced entry at the cabin, the broken front door, the damaged windows, the blocked chimney, but no trace of who or what had caused the damage. The cut phone line was dismissed as probable vandalism by local teenagers, and the photographs we'd turned over as evidence were explained away as the work of paparazzi or private investigators, despite our insistence that we were nobody famous or important. "Probably just some kids from town playing pranks," Martinez told me over the phone. "You know how it is with these remote properties. They attract troublemakers looking for isolated places to party and raise hell." I didn't argue with him. How could I explain that we'd been stalked by 7-foot-tall creatures with translucent skin and needle-sharp teeth? How could I describe the intelligence in their oversized eyes or the perfect English spoken by their apparent leader? Jeremy and Michelle packed up their belongings and drove back to their suburban home that same day. Their planned week-long retreat cut short by 3 days of terror. They paid for the cabin rental without complaint and even left a tip for the cleaning service despite the fact that the property was uninhabitable. "Will you be reopening the cabin?" Jeremy asked me as we said goodbye in the truck stop parking lot. I looked up at the mountains looming above us, their peaks shrouded in morning mist that seemed to hide darker shadows. "I'm not sure," I said. "It needs extensive repairs after what happened, and I'm not certain it's safe for guests." What I didn't tell him was that I'd already made up my mind. The Ridgemont cabin would never host another renter. I wasn't going to risk putting anyone else through what we had experienced, and I had no intention of returning to confront whatever was living in those woods. The insurance company was less understanding than Jeremy and Michelle had been. When I filed a claim for the property damage, the adjuster who came to inspect the cabin was openly skeptical of my explanation. "You're claiming that vandals caused thousands of dollars in damage over a single night," he said, photographing the claw marks scored into the cabin's exterior walls. "And they did all this without leaving any footprints, fingerprints, or other identifying evidence?" "That's correct," I replied, watching him document the gouges in the wood. They were too deep and too regular to have been made by any tool I could think of, but I knew better than to suggest they'd been made by claws. "And the tenants who were staying here, they didn't see or hear anything that might help identify the perpetrators?" "They were too frightened to investigate," I said. "They locked themselves in the cabin and waited for me to arrive." The adjuster made notes on his tablet, clearly skeptical but unable to dispute the physical evidence of damage. Eventually, the company agreed to cover the repairs, though they increased my premium significantly and added a clause excluding coverage for unexplained incidents of unusual property damage. I never made those repairs. Instead, I boarded up the windows and doors and posted no trespassing signs around the property perimeter. I changed the listing status to permanently closed and removed all advertising from rental websites and travel guides. Within a few months, most people had forgotten that the Ridgemont cabin had ever existed. But I couldn't forget. Every few weeks I would drive up the mountain road just far enough to see the cabin through the trees. The building deteriorated rapidly without maintenance. Shingles blew off the roof. Siding warped and split. Weeds grew up through the porch boards. Nature was reclaiming the structure with unusual speed, as if the forest was eager to erase this symbol of human intrusion. And sometimes, in the late afternoon shadows, I thought I saw pale figures moving between the trees around the abandoned building, watching, waiting, making sure the cabin remained empty. I sold the property 18 months later to a developer who planned to subdivide the land for luxury mountain homes. I didn't tell him about what had happened there. I told myself it wasn't my responsibility to share information that no one would believe anyway. But the truth was simpler and more selfish. I just wanted to be rid of the place and everything associated with it. The sale fell through when the developer's survey team reported unusual geological instabilities that made construction inadvisable. They mentioned strange sounds in the forest that interfered with their equipment, and several team members reported feeling watched while working alone. The project was abandoned, and the property reverted to the state as undeveloped wilderness. I never tried to sell it again. Jeremy and Michelle moved to Arizona 6 months after their experience at the cabin. Jeremy called to give me their new address, ostensibly for forwarding any mail that might arrive for them, but I think he really wanted to tell someone who would understand why they had to leave. "We kept seeing things," he said during that phone call. "Shadows in our backyard, movement at the edge of our vision. Michelle couldn't sleep unless all the curtains were drawn and every door was double locked. We both knew it was probably psychological trauma from what happened at the cabin, but knowing that didn't make it feel any less real." "Are you doing better now?" I asked. "Some days," he said. "The desert helps. It's so open, so bright. Nothing can sneak up on you without being seen from miles away. But at night, when the wind howls through the canyons, sometimes it sounds like voices, like something calling to us from far away." I understood what he meant. Even now, 5 years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night with the absolute certainty that something is watching me from the shadows of my bedroom. I'll check the doors and windows, search every closet and corner, but I never find anything. The rational part of my mind knows it's trauma, the psychological aftermath of that night in the mountains. But rationality is a thin defense against the deep, animal knowledge that there are things in this world that exist beyond our understanding or control. I still own other rental properties, scattered across 3 counties, but I've never had another experience like the one at the Ridgemont cabin. Sometimes I wonder if those creatures were unique to that particular mountain, territorial beings that claimed those specific woods as their hunting ground. Other times I suspect they exist in wild places all over the world, hidden in the spaces between human civilization and true wilderness. I've done research, of course. Hours spent in libraries and online databases, searching for similar encounters or historical reports of unexplained phenomena in the mountains. I've found scattered accounts dating back to the 1800s, trappers and miners who reported pale figures stalking them through the forest, Native American legends about spirits that walked like men but hunted like beasts. The stories are always dismissed as folklore, hallucinations brought on by isolation and fear, or misidentifications of known wildlife. But the details are consistent across cultures and centuries. Tall, pale humanoids with elongated limbs and oversized eyes, moving through the forest with inhuman grace, displaying intelligence and coordination that suggested advanced social organization. They've been here all along, I think, living in the deep woods, avoiding human contact, maintaining their territories through patience and intimidation. They don't want to conquer our world or reveal themselves to our civilization. They simply want to be left alone in the places they've always called home. And now I understand why the previous owner of the Ridgemont cabin had been so eager to sell, why the property had changed hands so many times over the decades, never staying with one owner for more than a few years. Each person who bought it probably experienced something similar to what Jeremy, Michelle, and I had encountered. Each one found a way to rationalize it, to convince themselves it had been imagination or coincidence, until it happened to them personally. The mountain is quiet now. The cabin has collapsed completely, its roof caved in and its walls reclaimed by the forest. The access road is overgrown with saplings and brambles, barely passable even on foot. Official maps no longer show the property as developed land, but I know they're still there, in the shadows between the trees, still watching, still waiting for the next human who dares to intrude on their ancient territory. And sometimes, on still nights when the wind carries sound farther than it should, I swear I can hear them calling to each other across the darkness. Not with voices exactly, but with something deeper and more primitive, a sound that bypasses the ears and resonates directly in the most ancient parts of the human brain, the sound of things that have never been human, reminding us that this world has never belonged to us as completely as we pretend to believe. The mortgage on the mountain property will be paid off in 3 more years. After that, I suppose I'll have to decide what to do with 47 acres of wilderness that no sane person would want to develop or inhabit. Maybe I'll donate it to the state as a nature preserve, let it remain wild forever, a sanctuary for whatever calls it home. Some places are meant to stay empty. Some territories should never be claimed by human ambition or curiosity. I learned that lesson the hard way. On a night when the forest fell silent and something pale moved between the trees with the grace of a predator and the intelligence of something far worse than any animal. The mountain remembers, and so do I. There's a time in your life at least once when you feel terror, and I mean true terror, when your chest feels hot, yet also frozen on the last breath you took. Time seems to slow, your stomach becomes rigid, filling your throat with a silent scream. Maybe you run, maybe you freeze up, maybe you'll try to fight. But for those of us who have felt true terror, it becomes engraved in your bones so deep, it seems to change a part of your soul, a part of yourself. That being said, I want to tell you about November 20th of 2008. I grew up in a very Baptist Christian household, and at this time in my life I was very young and susceptible to influence. When you're going to these kinds of things, there's talk about heaven and angels and a lot of talk about the threat of hell, of damnation, eternal burning. That's kind of terrifying for a 10-year-old kid. The weeks leading up to our trip had been filled with an unusual tension in our house. My parents whispered behind closed doors, their conversation stopping abruptly whenever I entered a room. My mother had been having nightmares, waking up in cold sweats that left our father pacing the hallways at 3 in the morning. She claimed it was stress from work, but I caught her reading passages from Revelation with trembling hands, her lips moving in silent prayer. Our pastor had been preaching about spiritual warfare more frequently, his sermons growing darker and more intense. He spoke of places where evil could take root, of locations where the barrier between the physical and spiritual world grew thin. Mountains, he said, were particularly susceptible. Ancient places where people had practiced dark rituals, where blood had been spilled, where souls had been lost to despair. I remember asking my Sunday school teacher about it, and she had looked at me with such concern that it made my stomach turn. Some places, she had whispered, hold on to darkness longer than others. That's why we must always be vigilant in our prayers. My family and I took a flight to Colorado. We'd gotten a small cabin high in the mountains, deep in the woods. We were so high up, my dad needed portable oxygen from altitude sickness. The elevation was over 9,000 feet, and the thin air made everything feel surreal, like we were floating in some liminal space between earth and sky. We were pretty secluded, other than the cabin next to us, about 3 acres away, though it was eerily hard to see through the snow-covered trees and foot-deep buildup of snow on the ground. The neighboring cabin looked abandoned, its windows dark and reflective like dead eyes. Snow had accumulated against its door in such a way that it looked like no one had entered or left in months. The drive up the mountain had been treacherous. Our rental car struggled with the winding roads, and more than once my father had to stop because the altitude was making him dizzy. My younger sister Melody, who was 8 at the time, kept complaining that her ears hurt and that she felt like she was underwater. Our youngest sister Hope, only 4 years old, had fallen into an unusually deep sleep that worried my mother. As we climbed higher, the trees seemed to close in around us. The daylight filtered through the dense canopy in strange mottled patterns that created shadows that moved in ways that defied logic. My mother kept checking the locks on the car doors, a nervous habit that she claimed was just caution, but I could see the genuine fear in her eyes. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow dirt road that had been partially cleared but still required us to hike the last 100 yards through knee-deep snow. By the time we reached the front door, we were all breathing heavily, not just from the exertion but from the oppressive feeling that we were being watched from the dark spaces between the trees. Our first night was fun. We had a fire and roasted marshmallows and popcorn on long sticks. I had a good time. My 2 younger sisters and I even built a snowman. But even during these moments of normalcy, there was something unsettling about our surroundings that I couldn't shake. Now the inside of the cabin was a very open build. There was a rail-less second-story loft with 2 twin beds, and under the stairs was our dad's bed. There was a little TV and an ugly blue floral grandma couch which smelled like maple syrup. The lack of railings on the loft created a sense of vertigo, as if the upper floor was suspended in space with nothing to prevent a fatal fall. I slept on the left twin bed, closest to the edge in the stairs. My sister Melody, who was 8 at the time, slept in the right, safer bed, away from the edge. Our younger sister Hope was only 4, so she slept with our dad downstairs. The positioning felt deliberate somehow, as if the cabin itself was designed to create vulnerability, to leave someone exposed. The walls were thin, and throughout that first evening, I could hear sounds from outside that didn't quite make sense. Not the normal sounds of wind through trees or settling snow, but rhythmic noises that seemed almost purposeful. When I mentioned it to my father, he dismissed it as the cabin settling in the cold, but I noticed he kept getting up to check the windows and doors. The massive windows without curtains really emphasized how alone we were in that cabin, how dark it truly is when you're miles away from city lights and protected by towering juniper and spruce. During the day, the view was breathtaking, but at night, those same windows became portals to an impenetrable darkness that seemed to press against the glass with an almost physical weight. As we prepared for bed, my mother spent longer than usual in prayer with us. She held our hands tightly, her own trembling slightly as she asked God to protect us through the night and to keep all evil at bay. Her voice cracked on the word evil, and I saw my father's jaw tighten. I slept pretty good that night, probably the last good night's sleep I've had since, and I'm 25 now. It all started with some tapping. Early the next morning, I woke up from this annoying tapping sound. It wasn't like a pencil on a desk. It was more like the raspy clasp of something heavy and sharp flicking its nails against the wooden floor. The sound had a deliberate quality to it, like someone was trying to communicate in Morse code, but the message was one of malice rather than help. At first I thought it was my dad. Honestly, I thought it could be bears too. I was a kid and we were in the mountains after all. But as I lay there becoming more alert, I realized the sound was too precise, too rhythmic to be random animal behavior. It had intention behind it, a pattern that suggested intelligence and purpose. The tap-tap-tapping, or raz-raz-rasping of that sound made me stay completely still in my bed. I had a habit of sleeping with the pillow on top of my head, so I knew I was pretty hidden. The weight of the pillow suddenly felt like armor, the only barrier between me and whatever was making that sound. My breathing became shallow and controlled, each exhale barely a whisper. I made the decision to peek through the crack between my bed and the pillow. I looked toward the ledge, the part where someone neglected to put railing. I could see the straight drop-off to the living area and tiny kitchen. The absence of that safety barrier now seemed less like an oversight and more like a deliberate vulnerability, as if the cabin had been designed to facilitate something terrible. But there was something there, like a dark silhouette just on the overhang. It looked maybe like a blurred hand, just a few fingers, black in the darkness, gripping the ledge of the loft, tapping an extra jointed finger. The joints bent in ways that human joints shouldn't bend, creating angles that hurt to look at. Each finger seemed longer than it should be, ending in what appeared to be pointed tips that caught what little light filtered through the windows. The tapping continued with mechanical precision. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound reverberated through the wooden structure of the cabin, creating a rhythm that seemed to sync with my heartbeat until I couldn't tell where the sound ended and my pulse began. I froze. Nausea and chill froze my body. I held my breath. No, I thought to myself, there's no way I was seeing that. I slowly closed my eyes and I faced away. It was going to be daylight soon. I usually woke up around 6 a.m., so there's no way I had to wait all night for Daddy to get up and sing loudly to us. Good morning, girls. Demons can't be real. Monsters can't be real. That's what I told myself. I mean, I was a God-fearing Christian. We sang hymns in the car every time we drove. We went to private Bible school, vacation Bible school. There's no way God would ever let that happen to me, one of his children, right? But even as I repeated these reassurances, a darker voice in my mind whispered that perhaps God allowed such things to test faith, to separate the wheat from the chaff. Again, I told myself this over and over, reciting Bible verses in fear, whispering words so silently they came out between breaths. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. But the words felt hollow in that moment, as if they were bouncing off the darkness instead of penetrating it. Prayers and verses I thought would make it go away. In my mind, I even commanded the thing to leave me be. In the name of God, I command you to leave, I whispered into my pillow. But the words felt weak and ineffective. I didn't know any better, but I certainly do now. Faith, I would learn, requires more than memorized scripture when faced with genuine terror. The tapping had stopped, but somehow the silence was worse. In the absence of that rhythmic sound, every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind through the trees, every settling sound became magnified. My imagination filled the void with possibilities that were infinitely worse than what I had actually seen. After what felt like hours, but was most likely a few minutes, I felt the air around me go still a bit, the tension dissipating. The oppressive feeling that had been pressing down on me like a weight seemed to lift slightly. I got brave and peeked one eye open, as small as I possibly could. It was gone. That weird hand or whatever it was gone now. It had gone silently, and I hadn't even noticed. The ledge was empty. just the familiar sight of the living room below bathed in the pale pre-dawn light filtering through those massive windows. I breathed with relief and rolled over to face the wall beside me. There was a small wooden nightstand with an old oil lamp, but slightly hidden behind it was a small seam, like the outline of a tiny square door frame. At that time, movies about hidden doors and secret passages were just beginning to capture popular imagination. But this felt different, more ominous. But now I'd say it's very close to the perfect description of something that shouldn't exist. The similarity between this discovery and the growing sense of unreality that had been building since our arrival was astounding. This door was a dark old wooden brown, like the muddy brown color with deep hollows dark from being burned or stained. The wood looked old, far older than the rest of the cabin, as if it had been salvaged from some previous structure. The seams around the door were almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Someone had taken great care to conceal this entrance, to make it blend seamlessly with the wall. The fact that it was hidden behind the nightstand suggested that whoever had built this cabin had deliberately tried to obscure its existence from casual observation. Eventually, I fell back to sleep. But it was a restless, anxious sleep, filled with dreams of reaching hands and tapping sounds. When I woke again, it was to the smell of coffee and the sound of my father moving around downstairs. The normalcy of morning sounds felt like a blessing after the terrors of the night. Later, when the sun finally came up, I talked to my dad about the tiny door. His reaction was immediate and concerning. His face went pale, and he set down his coffee cup with shaking hands. "Show me," he said in a voice that was barely above a whisper. My sisters and I hid downstairs while he investigated. We could hear him moving furniture around, the scraping of the nightstand across the wooden floor, and then a long, tense silence. When he finally called us up to come see it, his voice carried a forced cheerfulness that didn't hide his obvious distress. Soon he called us up to come see it. It was a tiny room similar to a storage closet, with a few gallons of water and firewood inside. Nothing to worry about, he assured us, but I could see the sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold. Even Hope crawled inside and Dad took a picture, though I noticed his hands were trembling as he held the camera. The second night is where the story truly begins. I was worried about being scared again that night, so I asked my dad to leave a light on for me, so I could see during the night. He didn't like the idea that much, claiming it would interfere with everyone's sleep, so instead he made a fire in the fireplace and put up the chain guard for extra protection. Then we went off to bed, but the atmosphere in the cabin felt different from the night before. There was a tension that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a sense of anticipation that made the air feel thick and oppressive. My mother spent even longer in prayer that night, her voice carrying a desperate edge that frightened me more than any monster could. The fire burned well for several hours. To be honest, I spent more time watching the shadow of the flames dance up the high triangular ceiling than I did sleeping. The shadows created by the firelight seemed to move independently of the flames, forming shapes that looked almost human before dissolving back into formless darkness. I wonder now if I'd actually slept. Would I have gone through any of this? Perhaps consciousness was a prerequisite for what was about to unfold, or perhaps sleep would have made me more vulnerable rather than less. Soon those flames dwindled down from sparks and embers to a mere orange hue. The dying fire cast an increasingly weak light, and the shadows began to reclaim the corners of the cabin. I turned away from the mesmerizing dance of diminishing flames, now facing that ominous tiny door that had been revealed earlier in the day. As soon as I did, I was startled by a tap. That same repetitive sound drilling into my skull once again. But it wasn't coming from behind me this time. It was coming from in front of me, from behind that door. The sound was muffled by the wood, but unmistakably the same deliberate, measured tapping that had woken me the night before. I thought it was a trick. I thought it was just me imagining something, a small branch shaking just the right part of the roof so that the door resonated with the vibration. There was no way something could be behind that door. We had checked it. My father had inspected every inch of that tiny storage space. There was nowhere for anything to hide. But the rational explanations felt hollow even as I tried to convince myself of their validity. The tapping was too regular, too purposeful to be random environmental noise. It had the rhythm of communication, of something trying to get my attention, or worse, trying to get out. Then there was silence that stretched on for what felt like an eternity. I peered through my cocoon of pillows and blankets, exposing my eyes just enough to see. I felt I had to see it, to see if it was something or someone. I don't really know what I was thinking. Perhaps some part of me needed to confirm that what I was experiencing was real, that I wasn't losing my mind to altitude sickness or religious hysteria. As I opened my eyes, sharp, elongated fingers pulled back between the seams of the door and frame. It somehow seemed to compress and slide through the tiny crack like liquid shadow given form. The impossibility of what I was seeing conflicted with my need to believe in a rational world, creating a cognitive dissonance that made me feel dizzy and nauseous. Suddenly, the door started to shake, and a loud scratching sound ground across the other side of the door. It was so loud even my sister stirred a bit in bed. I could hear her shifting in her sleep, murmuring something incoherent. The sound behind the door masked her movements, but I felt in my soul that there was some movement, some presence behind me now. The scratching intensified, as if something with claws was trying to dig its way through the wooden door. Each scrape sent vibrations through the cabin floor that I could feel in my bones. The desperation behind the sound was unmistakable. Whatever was behind that door wanted out, and it was willing to destroy the barrier between us to make that happen. Another scraping sound echoed through the room. The sound of talons getting caught in each layer of wood, pulling and tearing at the fibers. Then the fire went out. All at once, the orange halo of light that outlined the edges of the room disappeared, leaving me alone in the absolute darkness of a mountain night miles from any other source of illumination. Was my sister there? I swore I could hear movement from her direction, but it could have been my imagination filling in the silence with familiar sounds. I convinced myself that sound was her, that she was simply shifting in her sleep, disturbed by the same noises that were terrorizing me. Then there was a bang that shook the entire cabin. The door shook violently, and at this point I was so rigid with fear that my muscles cramped and my breath came in short, shallow gasps. I was probably breathing in and out 30 times a minute, hyperventilating from terror, though I tried not to breathe at all. Another bang shook the structure. Something behind the door was knocking, hitting it hard, as if someone was pounding it with both fists in desperate fury. Each impact sent shockwaves through the wooden frame of the cabin, making me feel like the entire structure might collapse under the assault. Bang! Each time I felt myself shrivel up, becoming stiffer and stiller, as if I could make myself small enough to disappear entirely. The impacts were getting stronger, more violent, as if whatever was behind that door was building up to some final devastating blow that would shatter the barrier between us. Would you stop it? Melody had finally woken up, her voice thick with sleep and irritation. Her words were followed by silence so complete that it felt like the world had stopped breathing. I heard another shift, and my bed moved slightly under an additional weight. Jade, would you? Her words stopped abruptly, cut off by a deafening scream that shattered the silence like breaking glass. She screamed with the pure terror of a child who has seen something that should not exist, a sound that conveyed horror beyond the capability of words to express. But I didn't move. I stayed completely still, paralyzed by the knowledge that it wasn't Melody who had caused my bed to shift. It wasn't her who I could feel sitting at the edge of my feet, pressing down on the mattress with a weight that felt far heavier than any human body should be. Whatever it was, Melody had seen it in the darkness, and it was on my bed, and it had emerged from that tiny closet beside me, somehow fitting its impossible form through a space that should have been far too small to accommodate it. My tears overflowed, spilling down my face even though I kept my eyes forced shut. I didn't want to see that door. I didn't want to see that thing that was now sharing my bed, that had somehow crossed the space between the door and where I lay without making a sound. Bang! The door was pounded on with the force that seemed capable of splintering the wood entirely. The wooden panel bowed and bent from the immense power behind the impacts, and I could hear the creaking of the frame as it struggled to maintain its integrity. Something inside me, some instinct deeper than conscious thought, caused me to start reciting Bible verses again. Through shaky breaths and shock-filled tears, I prayed with a desperation I had never experienced before. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The words tumbled from my lips in a stream of barely audible whispers. More movement on my bed caused the mattress to shift again. Whatever was sharing the space with me was repositioning itself, and I could feel the depression in the mattress changing as it moved. Bang, bang, bang continued from the door, as if there were multiple entities, one that had escaped to torment me directly, and others that were still trapped behind the wooden barrier. Then stomping came from the stairs, heavy footsteps that shook the entire structure. "What's going on up here?" Dad's voice cut through the chaos, and I felt a moment of relief so intense it was almost painful. My prayers had been answered, but I couldn't sigh with relief yet. I continued my desperate pleas to God, begging for protection, for deliverance from whatever nightmare had invaded our sanctuary. I couldn't keep my body completely still anymore. I was shaking uncontrollably, every muscle in my body contracting at different times in waves of involuntary spasms. I felt as if I was vibrating from fear, from the pain of my rigid stillness, from the presence of that thing that had now slowly made its way to my side. Its claws had kept getting caught on the knitted quilt above my thick comforter, and I'd felt it pull away at the fabric a few times, each tug sending fresh waves of terror through my paralyzed body. Another bang from the door was followed by a change, a pop or a click that I couldn't identify but that filled me with a new kind of dread. The quality of the sound was different, final somehow, as if some last barrier had been breached. I looked, and immediately wished I hadn't. Two deep sunken-in eyes stared back at me, hollow and black, surrounded by what could have been a face but was too pale, almost white, like flesh that had never seen sunlight or had been drained of all blood, a face that seemed to have no life flowing through it, no warmth or humanity, just a terrible intelligence that regarded me with what might have been curiosity or hunger. In that moment, I believed with absolute certainty that I was looking into the face of something demonic, something that had crawled up from the deepest pits of hell to torment me. The mouth was overgrown or maybe cut to make it curve all the way up to the high cheekbones beside its eyes, creating a smile that was far too wide for any human face. I knew it had teeth because I could see the gleam of them in that impossible smile, and I knew they were sharp, designed for tearing rather than chewing. Whatever it was, the thing smelled of decay and something worse, something that made my stomach turn and my gorge rise. It was thin to the point of being skeletal, and behind its head I could see some sort of black, tattered clothing that looked like it had been decaying for decades. But those eyes were the worst part. They were like craters on the surface of the moon, with dark spiraling layers in the center that seemed to draw my gaze deeper and deeper. Two once human eyes, bloodshot and yellow, with irises that reflected light like an animal's, glowing with a malevolent intelligence that promised unspeakable suffering. In a split second, it leaned away from me, taking one last pause as if memorizing my face, before moving across the room with impossible speed. It sounded like it leapt to the floor, but the movement was so fast that I couldn't track it with my eyes. I was stuck there in shock, my muscles locked in place by terror so complete that I couldn't even blink. My eyes stared forward, fixed on the spot where the creature had been, but now that it had moved, that tiny door was in clear view. It was open, not too wide, but enough to see inside the dark space beyond. And out of that darkness, two more shining eyes peered back at me, confirming my worst fear. There was more than one of them. There was a loud scuffle downstairs, followed by my sister and Dad screaming. I could hear furniture being overturned, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor, and then the crash of the front door being torn from its hinges. I still stared at the opening behind the door, paralyzed by the sight of those eyes watching me from the darkness. My dad grunted and yelled from below, and I could hear a thud that shook the entire cabin, followed by the front door crashing outward into the snow. Apparently, whatever that first creature was had attacked my father, clawing a gash across his chest before tumbling off the edge of the loft to the floor below. The thing had then burst out of the cabin and into the night, but not before causing enough damage to knock my father unconscious. Melody wailed and cried from her bed, too terrified to move. I could hear Hope downstairs screaming, babbling about Daddy, wake up, and Daddy, oh no, in the voice of a 4-year-old who couldn't understand what was happening but knew it was terrible. I could feel the freezing winter air blowing through the cabin where the door had been destroyed. But I didn't move. I didn't blink. I stared back at those eyes that continued to watch me from that impossible space behind the door, knowing that more horrors waited in that darkness, and that they were waiting for their chance to emerge. We were there for hours in that state of suspended terror, Dad still unconscious from his injuries, and Melody had somehow managed to grab the emergency radio and call for help. We were so snowed in by then that the National Park Service had to plow the road twice to get to us. One truck had broken down in the extreme cold, its engine seizing in temperatures that had dropped well below zero. By the time the second snowplow had made its way to our remote location, my 2 sisters had crawled together into Melody's bed with all of what was left of the blankets, trying to stay warm in the cabin that now had no front door. They'd kept themselves going with hot cocoa powder, crackers, and a jar of peanut butter, rationing the food like survivors of some natural disaster. A 4-year-old and an 8-year-old left to fend for themselves with an unconscious father and an older sister who was catatonic with terror. And there I was, their 10-year-old sister, who should have been protecting them, still frozen in the same exact place where the nightmare had begun. I never looked away from those eyes that watched me from the darkness behind the door. Even when the park rangers came in, taking off their jackets and trying to wake up our dad. Even when they started a fire and temporarily blocked the open doorway with a sheet of plywood. I continued to stare into that abyss. When the police and ambulance finally arrived, there were helicopters flying above us, their searchlights cutting through the darkness and illuminating the snow-covered trees. I could hear the blades chopping the air, making the tree branches snap and shake under the downdraft. The last thing I remember clearly was being pulled onto a stretcher, my gaze finally torn away from that thing in the dark. As the paramedics carried me out of the cabin, I caught one final glimpse of that door, now closed again, as if nothing had ever happened. My family and I never talk about that cabin. We don't discuss what happened during those 2 nights in November 2008. The official report blamed the incident on altitude sickness, hypothermia, and possible carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty fireplace. But I know what I saw. Now as an adult, I'm not so religious anymore, though I still believe in God and the power of prayer. I have a few ideas as to what those creatures could have been, but it doesn't really matter. Sometimes I still see those long clawed fingers curled around a doorframe before evaporating away into shadow. Maybe one day I'll really find out what they were and why they chose our family that night. Until then, I live with the knowledge that there are things in this world that exist beyond our understanding, things that wait in dark places for the right moment to reveal themselves to those unlucky enough to cross their path. The scar on my father's chest never fully healed, and he still wakes up sometimes in the middle of the night, checking the locks on all the doors and windows. We moved away from Colorado shortly after that trip, but I know that wherever we go, that memory follows us like a shadow, a reminder that true terror exists in this world, and that faith alone is not always enough to protect us from it. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs as I stepped out of my car, stretching my legs after the long drive. The trailhead parking lot was empty, save for my weathered Subaru Outback. I shouldered my heavy backpack, adjusting the straps until it sat comfortably. The weight of supplies for a week-long solo backpacking trip settled against my spine. I'd been planning this excursion for months, poring over topographic maps and trail guides of the Coconino National Forest in Arizona. The promise of solitude and untamed wilderness had called to me, a siren song I couldn't resist. But as I stood at the edge of the vast pine forest, an inexplicable chill ran down my spine. Shaking off the feeling, I double-checked my gear one last time. Water, food, first aid kit, map, compass, and satellite phone. Everything was accounted for. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the journey ahead. With one last glance at civilization behind me, I stepped onto the narrow dirt path that snaked into the woods. The forest engulfed me almost immediately. Towering ponderosa pines stretched towards the sky, their branches creating a cathedral-like canopy overhead. Shafts of early morning sunlight filtered through the needles, dappling the forest floor with golden light. The sweet scent of pine and damp earth filled the air, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the trail and the occasional call of a bird. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the trials of everyday life seemed to fall away. My mind cleared, focused only on the rhythm of my steps and the beauty of my surroundings. This was why I came out here, to reconnect with nature and find a sense of peace that eluded me in the city. But as the day wore on and the sun began to dip towards the horizon, that earlier feeling of unease returned. The shadows between the trees seemed to deepen, and the forest sounds took on a different quality. Was it just my imagination, or did that branch snap a little too loudly? Did that bird call sound a little too human? I quickened my pace, eager to reach the first campsite marked on my map. As twilight settled over the forest, I finally spotted a small clearing suitable for pitching my tent. With practiced efficiency, I set up camp and started a small fire. The warmth and light were comforting, pushing back the encroaching darkness. As I sat by the fire, heating up a pouch of freeze-dried stroganoff, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the dancing shadows cast by my firelight. I tried to laugh it off. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself. "You wanted solitude and now you're jumping at shadows." But as I crawled into my tent that night, zipping the door closed behind me, I couldn't help but wonder if I had made a terrible mistake coming out here alone. Little did I know, my adventure was just beginning, and the horrors that awaited me in these woods were beyond anything I could have imagined. I jolted awake, heart pounding. The inside of my tent was pitch black, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The solo hiking trip, the unsettling feeling in the woods, the uneasy night's sleep. What had woken me? I lay still, straining my ears. The forest outside was eerily quiet. No wind rustling through the trees, no nocturnal animals scurrying about. Just silence, thick and oppressive. Then I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. It seemed to come from just outside my tent, a sibilant sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet night. "Is someone there?" No response, just more silence. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking slightly as I flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness of the tent, and I let out a relieved sigh. Everything looked normal, my backpack in the corner, my boots by the door. But then the whisper came again, louder this time. It wasn't words. Not exactly. More like the sound of dry leaves scraping across stone or the hiss of wind through bare branches. But there was no wind tonight. Gathering my courage, I unzipped the tent flap and poked my head out, sweeping the flashlight beam across the campsite. The fire had long since died down to embers, casting a faint red glow. Shadows danced at the edge of the clearing, seeming to retreat from my light. That's when I saw it. A figure standing just at the tree line, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. For a split second, my flashlight beam illuminated two glowing eyes reflecting back at me, and then it was gone. I scrambled out of the tent, heart racing. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. But the woods remained silent. Sleep was impossible after that. I rekindled the fire, feeding it until the flames leaped high, pushing back the darkness. I sat with my back to the warmth, eyes scanning the trees, jumping at every snapping twig or rustling leaf. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I finally relaxed a bit. Whatever I had seen, if I had seen anything at all, was gone now. Maybe it had just been a deer, or my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. I stretched, working out the kinks from a night spent sitting upright, and decided to walk the perimeter of my campsite. That's when I saw them, tracks in the soft earth, circling my tent. They looked almost human, but not quite. The stride was too long, the imprints too deep, And there was something else, something that made my stomach churn. At the end of each toe mark, there was the clear imprint of a claw. I stared at the tracks, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. There had to be a logical explanation, but deep down I knew something had been watching me last night. Something that wasn't human. With shaking hands, I broke camp as quickly as I could. Part of me wanted to turn back, to head for the safety of civilization, but a larger part, driven by a mix of curiosity and stubbornness, urged me forward. I had planned this trip for months. I wasn't going to let one sleepless night and some strange tracks scare me off. As I shouldered my pack and set off down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a terrible mistake. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming yesterday, now felt oppressive and alien. Every shadow held a potential threat, every sound a possible warning. But I pressed on, telling myself that the light of day would banish the fears of the night. Little did I know, the true horrors of this journey were just beginning. The sun climbed higher in the sky as I hiked, its warmth slowly chasing away the chill of the previous night. I tried to focus on the beauty of my surroundings, the vibrant green of the pines, the cheerful songs of birds, the occasional glimpse of a deer bounding through the underbrush. But my mind kept wandering back to those tracks, to the figure I'd seen at the edge of my campsite. By midday, I had reached a swift flowing stream that cut across my path. The map showed a simple ford, but recent rains had swollen the waters, making crossing a more daunting prospect. As I stood on the bank, contemplating the best way across, a gruff voice startled me. "Wouldn't try that if I were you, son. That current's stronger than it looks." I spun around to see an old man emerging from the trees. He was tall and lean, with a weathered face that spoke of years spent in the outdoors. A scraggly white beard reached halfway down his chest, and piercing blue eyes regarded me from beneath bushy eyebrows. "Caught me by surprise," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "Didn't expect to see anyone else out here." The old man grunted, moving closer to the water's edge. "Not many folks come out this way anymore. Not since the trouble started." Something in his tone made me uneasy. Troubles? He turned those piercing eyes on me. "You're not from around here, are you, boy? Don't know the stories?" I shook my head, curious despite my unease. "What stories?" The old man sighed, lowering himself onto a fallen log. He gestured for me to join him, and after a moment's hesitation I did. "These woods," he began, his voice low and gravelly. "They're old, older than you or me, older than this country even. The native folk, they knew to respect this place, knew about the spirits that dwell here." I shifted uncomfortably, remembering the figure from last night. "What kind of spirits?" "All kinds," the old man said, his eyes scanning the tree line as if expecting to see something emerge. "But there's one in particular you need to watch out for. The natives called it a skinwalker." A chill ran down my spine at the word. I'd heard legends of skinwalkers before, shape-shifting witches from Navajo folklore, capable of taking on animal forms and bringing misfortune to those who crossed their path. "That's just a myth," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. The old man fixed me with a hard stare. "Is it now? Tell me, boy, you seen anything strange since you've been out here? Heard any noises that didn't sound quite right?" I thought about the whispers in the night, the shadowy figure, the inhuman tracks around my tent. Slowly, I nodded. "Thought as much," the old-timer said grimly. "It's been active lately. More sightings in the past few months than we've had in years." "But why?" I asked, drawn into the story despite my skepticism. "Why now?" The old man shrugged. "Who can say? Maybe all these city folk coming out here, disturbing things that ought to be left alone. Maybe it's just getting bolder. All I know is it's dangerous. More dangerous than any bear or mountain lion you might run across." He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. "If you're smart, you'll turn back now. Head for home and don't look back. These woods ain't safe, not anymore." I sat there, torn between the rational part of my mind that said this was all superstition and folklore, and a deeper, more primal instinct that screamed danger. The old man's warning resonated with the fear I'd felt last night, giving form to the nameless dread that had been haunting me. But I had come so far, planned for so long. Could I really turn back now based on nothing more than campfire stories and tricks of the light? I appreciate the warning, I said finally, standing up. But I think I'll press on. I'll be careful, I promise. The old man shook his head sadly. Your funeral, boy, but don't say I didn't warn you. He pointed upstream. There's a fallen tree about a quarter-mile up. Makes for an easier crossing than trying to ford here. I thanked him and set off in the direction he'd indicated. As I walked away, I heard him call out one last time, remember, if you hear it call your name, don't answer. And whatever you do, don't look it in the eye. I glanced back, a question on my lips, but the old man had vanished as silently as he'd appeared. I was alone once more, with only the rushing of the stream and the whispering of the wind in the trees for company. As I continued my hike, the old-timer's words echoed in my mind. Part of me wanted to dismiss them as the ramblings of a superstitious local, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was letting on. The woods suddenly seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I tried to tell myself I was being silly, that there was no such thing as skinwalkers or any other mythical creatures. But as the day wore on and I ventured deeper into the wilderness, doubt began to creep in. What if the old man was right? What if there really was something out here, something ancient and malevolent watching my every move? As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, I knew I would soon have to make camp for the night. The thought filled me with dread. What horrors might be waiting for me in the darkness this time? The next morning dawned gray and overcast, a fitting match for my mood. I had spent another restless night startling at every sound, convinced that something was lurking just beyond the circle of my campfire's light. But nothing had appeared, and as I broke camp in the pale light of dawn, I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head. I set off down the trail, determined to make up for lost time. According to my map, I should reach a scenic overlook by midday, offering panoramic views of the surrounding wilderness. The prospect of seeing the lay of the land, of being able to orient myself in this vast forest, lifted my spirits somewhat. But as the morning wore on, a gnawing sense of unease began to grow in the pit of my stomach. The landmarks I was passing didn't quite match up with what my map showed. A distinctive rock formation that should have been on my left was nowhere to be seen. A small stream I was supposed to cross never materialized. It's fine, I muttered to myself, trying to quell the rising panic. You're just reading the map wrong, or maybe you're making better time than you thought. I pulled out my compass, hoping to get my bearings. But as I watched, the needle began to spin wildly, rotating in a full circle before coming to rest, pointing in a direction I knew couldn't be north. I shook the compass, tapped it against my palm, but the needle continued its erratic dance. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This couldn't be happening. Compasses didn't just stop working for no reason. Unless the old man's warnings came flooding back. Tales of skinwalkers and their supernatural abilities. Could they affect technology somehow? Interfere with navigation? Don't be ridiculous, I said aloud, my voice sounding thin and scared in the stillness of the forest. There's got to be a logical explanation. But as I pushed on, hoping to find some recognizable landmark, the feeling of wrongness only grew stronger. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The bird songs that had been a constant background noise fell silent, leaving only the sound of my increasingly ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Hours passed, and the overlook I had been aiming for never appeared. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was lost. Hopelessly, completely lost in a wilderness that suddenly seemed vast and unknowable. I sank to the ground, my back against a tree trunk, and tried to think rationally. I had supplies, I had a satellite phone for emergencies. All I needed to do was stay calm and figure out where I had gone wrong. But as I sat there, the shadows lengthening around me as afternoon slid towards evening, I became aware of a sound, faint at first, then growing louder. It was a voice, calling from somewhere in the woods ahead of me. "Hello," it called, the sound eerily familiar. "Is anyone there? I need help?" My blood ran cold as I realized why the voice was familiar. It was my own. The old man's final warning rang in my ears. "If you hear it call your name, don't answer." I clamped my hands over my mouth, stifling the instinctive urge to respond. The voice called again, sounding more desperate this time. It was uncanny, hearing my own voice echoing through the trees, pleading for help. I scrambled to my feet, no longer caring about finding the right trail. All thoughts of continuing my hike were gone. I just needed to get out, to find my way back to civilization and safety. But as I turned to retrace my steps, I found myself face to face with a nightmare made flesh. There, not 10 feet away, stood a figure that defied description. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in every way. Its limbs were too long, its fingers ending in wicked claws. Its skin seemed to ripple and shift, as if struggling to maintain its form. But it was the face that truly chilled me to my core. It was my face, but twisted and distorted, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. And the eyes were black pits, endless and hungry. A scream built in my throat as the thing took a step towards me, its mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. In that moment, I knew with terrifying certainty that the old man had been right. The legends were true, and I was face to face with a horror beyond my wildest imaginings. I ran. Blind panic propelled me through the darkening forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear it pursuing, not the crash of something large moving through the underbrush, but an almost silent glide that was somehow even more terrifying. I had no idea where I was going. All sense of direction was lost. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. My lungs burned, my legs ached. But terror kept me moving long past the point of exhaustion. As night fell, the forest became a maze of shadows and half-seen shapes. More than once, I crashed into a tree or stumbled over a fallen log, but each time I forced myself back to my feet, spurred on by the certainty that to stop was to die. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that endless nightmare of flight. But eventually, just as I felt I couldn't take another step, I burst into a small clearing, and there, like a mirage in the desert, stood a cabin. It was old and decrepit, its wood gray with age, the roof sagging dangerously. But it was a human structure, a promise of shelter, and in that moment it seemed like salvation. I staggered to the door, praying it wasn't locked. The rusty handle turned with a screech that set my teeth on edge, and I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for a lock that wasn't there. For a long moment, I simply stood there, back pressed against the door, listening intently for any sound of pursuit. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, just the oppressive silence of the forest at night. Slowly, my racing heart began to calm. I fumbled for my flashlight, cursing as my shaking hands dropped it twice before I managed to switch it on. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing the cabin's sparse interior. It was a single room, dominated by a large stone fireplace. A rickety table stood in one corner, a single chair beside it. In another corner, an old iron bedstead, its mattress long since rotted away. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. But it was what was on the walls that truly caught my attention. Every available surface was covered in symbols and diagrams, drawn in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. I recognized some from my limited knowledge of the occult: pentagrams, elder signs, and other stranger shapes that made my eyes hurt to look at them directly. On the table lay an old leather-bound journal. Despite my fear, curiosity drew me to it. The pages were yellow with age, the handwriting spidery and often illegible. But what I could read chilled me to the bone. It was a record of encounters with the Skinwalker, dating back over 100 years. The writer, whose name was never given, had apparently been studying the creature, trying to understand its nature and origins. The accounts were graphic, detailing the Skinwalker's ability to mimic voices and appearances, its seemingly supernatural powers, and its insatiable hunger for human flesh and suffering. But it was the final entry that truly terrified me. It read simply, "I have looked into its—" The journal fell from my trembling hands, landing on the dusty floor with a dull thud. The writer's final words echoed in my mind. "I have looked into its eyes. God help me, I have become—" A creak from the porch outside snapped me back to reality. Something was out there. I extinguished my flashlight, plunging the cabin into darkness. Pressing myself against the wall beside the window, I peered out into the night. At first I saw nothing but shadows and moonlight. Then, a figure emerged from the tree line. It was me, or rather, it was wearing my face, my body, but the way it moved was all wrong, jerky and unnatural, like a puppet controlled by an unskilled hand. Its head swiveled, scanning the clearing, and I ducked down, praying it hadn't seen me. The thing that wore my face approached the cabin with eerie silence. No footsteps, no rustling of clothes, just a smooth glide that defied the laws of physics. It paused at the bottom of the porch steps, and I heard my own voice call out, "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm lost and need help." The mimicry was perfect. If I hadn't known better, I would have sworn it was a recording of my own voice. But there was an undercurrent to it, a sibilant hiss that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I remained silent, hardly daring to breathe. Seconds stretched into minutes as I waited, every muscle tense, ready to flee at the slightest provocation. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I heard it move away. Risking another glance out the window, I saw my doppelganger retreat into the forest, its form seeming to shimmer and distort as it disappeared into the shadows. Relief flooded through me, leaving me weak-kneed and trembling. But I knew I couldn't stay here. The cabin might offer temporary shelter, but it was no refuge, not from something like that. As the adrenaline began to fade, exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. I hadn't slept properly in days, and the terror-fueled flight through the forest had drained what little energy I had left. But I couldn't rest. Not here, not now. I forced myself to move, gathering what little useful information I could from the cabin. The journal went into my pack. Perhaps it held some clue about how to escape or defeat the skinwalker. I also found a rusty hunting knife in a drawer, which I took despite its dubious usefulness against a supernatural entity. As I prepared to leave, my eyes were drawn once again to the symbols covering the walls. On impulse, I used the knife to carve one of the simpler signs, a 5-pointed star enclosed in a circle, into the wooden doorframe. I didn't know if it would actually offer any protection, but at this point, I was willing to try anything. Taking a deep breath, I eased the cabin door open and stepped out into the night. The forest was silent, but I knew now that silence didn't mean safety. The skinwalker was out there, wearing my face, hunting me, and I had no idea how to stop it. With one last look at the cabin that had offered brief sanctuary, I plunged back into the woods. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential attack. But I pressed on, driven by the desperate hope that if I could just make it back to civilization, this nightmare would end. Little did I know, my ordeal was far from over. The true test of survival was yet to come, and the horrors I had experienced so far were just a prelude to the terrifying confrontation that awaited me in the depths of this cursed forest. The forest seemed to come alive around me as I stumbled through the darkness. Branches reached out like grasping fingers. Roots rose to trip my feet. Every shadow held the potential for danger, every sound a possible threat. I had no idea where I was going. My only goal was to put as much distance between myself and the cabin, and the thing that hunted me as possible. The compass was useless, the stars hidden behind a thick canopy of leaves. I was running blind, guided only by instinct and fear. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled around, heart pounding. Nothing but darkness. But then, a movement caught my eye. Something was moving through the trees, keeping pace with me but always just out of clear sight. I ran. Branches whipped at my face. Thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow down. I could hear it behind me now, a steady rhythm of footfalls that matched my own. It was toying with me, I realized. It could have caught me at any time, but it was drawing out the chase, savoring my fear. Suddenly, the trees thinned, and I burst out onto the edge of a cliff. The drop was sheer, disappearing into mist far below. I skidded to a stop, nearly losing my balance. There was nowhere left to run. I turned to face my pursuer, the hunting knife clutched in my trembling hand. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then it stepped out of the shadows. It still wore my face, but the pretense of humanity was slipping. Its skin seemed to ripple and shift, as if struggling to maintain its form. Those black pit-like eyes fixed on me, and its mouth stretched into a grin that was far too wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. It cocked its head, an eerily human gesture. When it spoke, it was with my voice but distorted, as if multiple people were speaking at once. "Why does the wolf hunt the deer? Why does the hawk strike the mouse? It is the way of things. The strong consume the weak, and you, little one, are so very weak." It took a step forward, and I retreated until my heels were at the edge of the cliff. The skinwalker's form began to change, limbs elongating, fingers extending into claws. It was showing me its true form, I realized. The last thing I would see before it took me. But as it reached for me, talons glinting in the moonlight, something snapped inside me. I was tired of running, tired of being afraid. With a scream of defiance, I lashed out with the knife. The blade caught it across what passed for its face, and it reeled back with a shriek that sounded like metal tearing. Black ichor oozed from the wound, and for the first time I saw fear in those bottomless eyes. It hadn't expected me to fight back, and in that moment of surprise, I saw my chance. I lunged forward, driving the knife deep into its chest. The skinwalker howled, a sound of pain and rage that shook the very air around us. Its form began to twist and warp, as if it was losing control of its shape-shifting abilities. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, plunging back into the forest. Behind me, I could hear the creature's agonized screams fading into the distance. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small clearing. As I lay there gasping for breath, I realized something had changed. The oppressive silence that had blanketed the forest was gone. I could hear birds singing, insects buzzing, normal forest sounds. Had I done it? Had I actually hurt the skinwalker? Or had I just bought myself some time? As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. I knew I needed to keep moving, to find my way out of these cursed woods. But my body had other ideas. Despite my best efforts to stay awake, I felt myself drifting off, the soft forest floor suddenly feeling like the most comfortable bed in the world. My last conscious thought was a prayer that I would wake up at all. I awoke to sunlight filtering through the leaves above me. For a moment I lay there disoriented. Had it all been a nightmare? But the aches in my body and the tears in my clothes told a different story. I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my muscles. The clearing looked different in the light of day, less threatening, almost peaceful, but I knew better than to let my guard down. As I gathered my belongings, preparing to set off again, a glint of metal caught my eye. There, half buried in the leaves, was an old-fashioned compass. I picked it up, frowning. It hadn't been there last night. I was sure of it. The needle spun lazily, then settled, pointing steadily in one direction, north or something else. I hesitated, then made a decision. I had no better plan, and anything was better than wandering aimlessly. I set off in the direction the compass indicated. As I walked, the forest began to feel different. The trees seemed less dense, the underbrush less tangled. Hope began to rise in my chest. Was I finally finding my way out? After what felt like hours of hiking, I heard a sound that made me want to weep with joy. The distant rumble of traffic. A road. Civilization. I quickened my pace, pushing through the last of the trees. And there it was, a 2-lane highway stretching off into the distance. I had made it. I was safe. Or so I thought. As I stood there basking in the feeling of relief, a car approached. It slowed as it neared me, then pulled over to the side of the road. The driver's window rolled down, and a familiar face peered out. It was the old man from the stream crossing. "Well, well," he said, his voice gravelly and amused. "Looks like you made it out after all. Not many do, you know." I stared at him, a chill running down my spine despite the warm sun. "Who are you?" I asked. "What was that thing in the forest?" He chuckled, but there was no humor in the sound. "Oh, I think you know what it was. The real question is, what are you now?" "What do you mean?" In response, he held up a mirror. And in that moment, I understood the true horror of what had happened. The face looking back at me wasn't my own. It was younger, different, but with the same piercing blue eyes as the old man. As I watched, my features seemed to ripple and shift, struggling to hold their shape. "Welcome to the family, kid," the old man said. "You looked it in the eye, didn't you? Just like I did, all those years ago. Just like the one who turned me did, and the one before that. It's a cycle, you see, and now you're part of it." I stumbled back, shaking my head in denial. But deep down, I knew he was right. I could feel it, a hunger, a otherness, growing inside me. The skinwalker hadn't just been hunting me, it had been choosing its successor. "What do I do now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The old man, my predecessor, shrugged. "That's up to you. Some try to fight it, to hold on to their humanity. Others embrace what they've become. Me, I just try to warn folks when I can. Give them a fighting chance, you know." He reached across and opened the passenger door. "Come on, I'll show you the ropes, teach you how to control it. It's not an easy life, but it's the only one we've got now." I stood there, torn between the horror of what I'd become and the realization that I had nowhere else to go. In the end, I got in the car. As we drove off, leaving the forest behind, I couldn't help but wonder, had I found salvation, or merely traded one form of damnation for another? The road stretched out before us, and somewhere in the distance, the forest waited. The cycle would continue, as it always had, and I was now a part of it, for better or worse.